Right. Good morning, everyone. Thanks, everyone, for coming here early on a Saturday morning. I know it's very difficult, but to see so many people here is very inspiring, and it shows a lot about the state of the biotech ecosystem in Los Angeles. So I'll share a few of the things about the history of Biotech Connection Los Angeles. Some of you may not know it, but we were actually one of the 4 biotech connections that were founded in 2014. And the Biotech Connection in Bay Area and Biotech Connection in Singapore, they still exist and they're fully operational, and they also do networking events as part of their mission. Throughout the years, we have seen a tremendous growth in our organization with the number of events that we're hosting, the number of subscribers that we have, and also our team. And I think it tells a lot about the state of the biotech ecosystem before and now. We saw that there is a great need to have more networking in biosciences in Los Angeles, and that's why there was so many people came to our events, and very quickly we became a much larger organization that we initially even anticipated. So our mission is to inspire, educate, and connect emerging scientists and entrepreneurs to grow and diversify biotech in LA. We do that by hosting different events throughout the year. And today's event is our biggest event of the year, and it is our flagship event. And because of that, I think no other event can really describe and really represent our mission more than this. We start the event by an inspiring story of a scientist who started a company in Los Angeles more than 20 years ago, and now it is a very big company, multi-billion-dollar valuation, and it is within our reach. So our program today is designed to inspire every one of you here. So our keynote today will be Basil Dahiat, Xencor CEO and President. After that, we will go into a discussion about the changing face of biotech ecosystem of Los Angeles. So Xencor was founded before any of the current ecosystem existed. So we will have a historical perspective on the state of biotech ecosystem before and then now, by discussing all of the different services that exist now and how can LA leverage that to become the next big biotech hub. After this, we will have breakout sessions. After this, we'll have lunch, and then we'll have breakout sessions. And for breakout sessions this year, similar to last year, we're splitting them into career development and startup studio. Career development will happen in the lobby here at the round tables where you all had coffee this morning. And the startup studio will happen in the conference room, also on the same level, behind the TVs. So there was a change in the program, in the location, and we are relocating it to conference rooms on this level behind the large TVs in the lobby. And then to continue serving that demographic, that we have students and we have entrepreneurs in our audience, we continue splitting those two demographics and providing educational activities for them. So at 2:45, we will have panel 2 here, which will be more focused on career development, and it will be about career paths in startups versus big pharma. At the same time, on the 5th floor, there will be a workshop happening for entrepreneurs. And this workshop is on culture and leadership in a startup. After all of this, we will have a networking mixer, but we'll get to that later. Also, during our program today, we will have a separate program for students in high schools. So if you see any students who seem lost, or if someone asks you a question, please direct them to the registration desk. We always have staff there who will be able to help them, because there are so many moving pieces in this event, and the students will be upstairs when this area is used, and then they will come to the auditorium later when this auditorium is free. And during their program today, they will have a career workshop on identifying their skills and interests, mock interviews, dream job exercise, resume building, and then also a career panel where people from industry will describe their typical working days, and they will discuss their journey to where they are now. So with all of these moving components of this event, I think this event truly tries to inspire, educate, and connect emerging scientists and entrepreneurs to grow and diversify biotech in Los Angeles. My last slide is to thank our amazing team. We had team members here as early as 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning. And all of our team members worked a lot to try to pull this event off. So please give them a round of applause for being such an amazing team. And now I would like to invite Basil Dehiat, Xencor CEO and President, who will talk about the journey of his company.
Perfect, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thanks very much. It's a pleasure to see so many people interested in networking around life sciences in Los Angeles. It really is an enormous change that's happened really within the last 5 years relative to what it had been like prior. There was some evolution before that, and I kind of think of like when Xencor was starting in 1997, the ecosystem was like the first multicellular organisms creeping up the rocks onto land. You know, you're getting photosynthesis happening, the atmosphere is going to start changing, and now you've got flowering plants, you've got animals running around. It's an utterly different kind of place. So let me introduce myself first. I'm Basil Dehiat. I'm President and CEO at Xencor. I grew up on the East Coast. I always wanted to be a scientist. I'm still kind of a scientist. I went to college undergrad in biomedical engineering at Johns Hopkins, and I came to Pasadena in 1992 to go to Caltech, and I got a PhD in chemistry. And so that's sort of the start of my story. Xencor is the company where I work, and we are a oh, can't see anything? Oh, there we go. Uh-oh, there we go. So Xencor is the company where I work. As I said, spun out 22 years ago. We're now about 160 people, mostly in Monrovia, just near Pasadena, but also about 40 or so staff in San Diego. We are publicly traded. We went public at an IPO in 2013. There's really 4 key platforms that we use, all based on the same underlying approach to protein engineering of monoclonal antibodies. We call our XmAb technology, that's built a pretty diverse portfolio of partnerships and internal product candidates. The first one of the partnered products has been marketed starting this year, so that's a 21-and-a-half-year journey to get something to market, actually helping large numbers of patients. So perseverance and persistence are absolutely critical, I think generally in any career, but in particular in life sciences, and particularly if you're involved in startups. So that's who Xencor is. We're probably about half scientists. Oh, is it a cable issue? Seems pretty tight.
If it does it again, we'll switch it to another one.
It's fiddling, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm thinking that ain't going to work. You got another one? Is that on it? Is that on it? I have a memory stick.
Yeah, we can do that.
Well, why don't you do that? I'll just keep plowing forward so people don't fall asleep. So, actually, I forgot I was going to ask a question at the beginning. And please ask any questions during the time. It's a very small group. I think we can manage that. How many people are currently students? Okay, that's what I was under the impression of when I was told about the organization. How many are postdocs? How many are already sort of started their career and just interested in life sciences? Great. So I'll first introduce the company a bit to give context of where we are. Then I'll go through the journey of how we got there. That wasn't me. I didn't even touch the computer.
I think it's the adapter.
I think it is as well. Which kind of port? Oh, you've already got it? Oh, great. Great. I'll just take that. Oh, that was robust. So what we do is we engineer monoclonal antibodies to optimize their immune functions. That's Xencor's mission. We try to do that to make new technologies. We can partner with other people so they can make better drugs and so that we can make better drugs. So at our core, we're protein engineers. We manipulate, in particular, the bottom half of a monoclonal antibody, or the FC domain, to engage different immune effector functions, to control how antibodies are metabolized and therefore extend their duration of action, and to control how they form structurally to create new kinds of antibody structures. We've built a very large intellectual property portfolio around this approach. These are different compositions of matter that we've built, so it's just straight up protein engineering. Change an amino acid, make a protein do something different or hopefully better. We've used that to build a large partnership portfolio, and probably over the history of the company, it's about 3 times this many companies that we've partnered with. Partnerships die and fall off, or they get disinterested or whatever all the time, right? But right now, these are current active partners that we've got, and that's a key part of the strategy. We balance that with building our own internal products, and in both cases, there's an underlying thesis, right? That monoclonal antibodies, which emerged in the late 1980s, the first product was, I think, approved in 1987 for transplant rejection, called OKT3 by Johnson & Johnson. That was about finding a good target, in that case CD3 on a T cell, to block transplant rejection. And then over the years, people kept looking for good targets where if you stuck an antibody to it, something good would happen. Whether that's the antibody Soliris, where if you block complement C5, you stop autoimmune diseases, or Rituxan, where if you bind CD20, you can bind to and kill a malignant B cell. So you pretty much have one theme you can play. By FC engineering, you open up a whole new axis to differentiate, right? So you can take a molecule like Soliris, put a long-acting FC domain on it, and make something that goes from every 2 weeks, you got to have an infusion, to every 2 months, right? You can take something like Rituxan that binds to B cells, make a different antibody that binds to B cells, and really jam up its effector functions by having that FC engage with its immune receptors much more potently, and you can create a much more active agent to treat people that have relapsed after they've already failed on Rituxan therapy. So that's the axis of differentiation that tries to grow beyond the limitations of the first generation of monoclonal antibodies. Where pretty much people got tapped out, right? If I listed the number of monoclonal antibodies against TNF-alpha, against PCSK9, against CGRP for migraine, it's 6, 7, 8 people trying to compete in one space, right? So the technology's tapped out. We're trying to expand that. And most recently, we've expanded it by taking the idea that you can build different structures that bind multiple antigens or bring non-antibody-like domains onto an FC and assemble them in unique ways. People have been playing around with that and trying to do it for years. We're trying to do it in a way that gives much better drug-like properties and better drugs. So the tools we've built were all built with rational protein engineering. The same theme that we had when we started the company 22 years ago, utterly different technical approach, right? That we had to really abandon that within the first 4 or 5 years of the company because it just didn't serve any purpose for us practically. So what we did was we built a set of modules that we could plug and play into different antibody drugs. The beauty of the FC domain is that it's constant for antibodies, right? Pretty much every drug out there, first generation monoclonal antibodies, had an IgG1 isotype, which meant their FC domain was identical, right? A few had an IgG2, but basically, you pop off the FC, you can pop on a new one, and you can do that universally. So if we make an FC domain with longer half-life, we just make it once. We test hundreds of variants. We look at their biophysical properties, manufacturability, immunogenicity, how well they behave in vivo. And then you find the best one. And that's a hard process, but that's what the point of our company is. And then you can use it again and again. This is now a marketed product, multiple clinical stage programs. Ditto for our high cytotoxicity one, where we engage the natural receptors for immune activation and innate immune cell killing, just much more potently. Ditto for the inhibitory receptors. And finally, we manipulated the sort of inside of that Fc structure to break it apart and reassemble it. So these tools, because they're plug and play, gave us an enormous advantage from a business model standpoint. We could make a lot of drugs, and we could allow partners to make a lot of drugs without redoing all the work. And that theme is going to come up again and again in how we've evolved, and that was blind luck, right? Blind luck. We did not set out for a technology like that. We did not say, oh my gosh, FC Technologies will give us that approach. We were groping around for something that would be valuable, and we stumbled across this. And I'll go through that story in a bit. Now, this is the partnered pipeline, people that take our technology and build drugs with it. In most cases, we never touched the molecules. We'd already developed our FC domain, could describe it on a piece of paper. They pay us, we go away, they're off to the races. We've started doing these deals in 2004. Again, the first one didn't get to market until 2019. It's a long, long road. Now we've got a second one that should be hitting the market in the second quarter of next year, a molecule that we actually did work on. That's in lymphoma. This one is in various autoimmune diseases, and a suite behind. You can see the early stages. You got the 4 here. You've got a lot of different stuff happening. And I don't know how many of those are going to succeed. Hopefully a few. And that was very efficient. We didn't have to do much work there. This is the internal pipeline. This is what we're doing on our own account. This is what's going to give us the potential to grow exponentially. Because if you own all the rights and all the commercial value of a drug, and you can put it to market, that's a much, much better economic proposition for your investors than owning a 2% or 5% or 10% royalty stake in something somebody else is doing. It's just a fundamentally different economic equation for how investors see you. Now, we've got a lot of them, right? That was, again, a lucky way for us to exploit our FC technology. We were able to use this technology again and again and again, generate a lot of cash from a lot of deals, convince investors that we had an insulation from failure by having a lot of deals, raise a lot of money, and spend it by doing a lot of different internal programs, because most of these will fail because biology is complex and unpredictable. And most drug programs fail for that. No, well, let me take a step back. A lot of drug programs fail for that reason. A lot of drug programs fail because drug development is a highly complex enterprise involving numerous technical and business disciplines, and it's super easy to screw it up. And that happens at big companies and small. So failure is lurking everywhere. So we've got a lot of different programs, all with a sound biological hypothesis, built on the same underlying well-validated technology, and we're off to the races. So that's where we are today, right? We're announcing clinical data in a few months on this one. We're going to have more on these 2 programs in the new year, and on and on and on. And we hope we can get something over the finish line. We've got a sound financial basis now, again, built by exploiting this technology approach, and we're growing. We've got probably, 15 or 20 job openings, at least half for technical people, so check out our website. Now, how do we get here? How do we start off? And let me cheat and look at my notes. I'm not used to giving a talk that's not just spewing out Xencor's current particulars and milestones for investors, which I can do asleep. And I have. So how did we get here, right? How did we get here? I'll sort of leave this slide up and ask if there's any questions about Xencor today. Yes?
If I'm understanding correctly, all the antibodies you have either in the market or in the pipeline are for treatment. Do you have any for imaging diagnostics?
No. That's a very different business with different economics. And it's very hard to support the kind of cost structure that we have and play in those markets, which are much less profitable. But yet they're still very difficult. So no. Any others? All right, I'll pause again at a few points. So how did we get here? Well, we started 22 years ago. And so I'll sort of walk you through the fateful year for me of 1997 when I defended my thesis at Caltech. So early 97, we were cranking away. I was cranking away at my thesis work, and my advisor was cranking away, working really hard to try to get tenure, Steve Mayo at Caltech. And we started getting a lot of interesting protein design data that suggested we could de novo design proteins and they'd work. Great. We were super duper excited. At the same time, I was taking an amazing course that I think was only held for 2 years at Caltech in entrepreneurship that a professor there named John Baldishwiller, who's now very elderly and emeritus, had put together because he'd been involved in starting biotech companies, not in LA, but over the prior 15 or 20 years in the nascent biotech industry. And it was a course that just went over business basics, right? And that was an absolutely invaluable course for me. It defined things for me like venture capitalist, stock, C corporation, right? Human resources functions, right? What is an investment banker? What's a lawyer? You'll pay a lot of lawyers, right? So that was invaluable. So I highly recommend any opportunity you get to check something like that out, do it. So those were happening sort of at the same time, and I kind of knew I didn't want to become a professor of something. And so I was sort of, honestly, kind of a little aimless, just in the lab, focusing on getting my work done, publishing good papers, kind of not thinking about my career. So kind of lucky that I got anywhere. So at that time, my advisor and I said, let's just start a company. Biotech's great. We've got this great technology. We're going to design protein sequences. It's going to be awesome. And I also got a call from a recruiter for a job in Amgen's formulation group. You know, I did biophysics, great. So I went out and interviewed. I figured, okay. And sort of that's all chugging along. And I said, well, what do you mean when you start a company? How do you do it? So I asked the professor from this course, what do you do? He's like, well, I know some venture capitalists. I know some lawyers. Why don't you talk to them? Critical networking, right? And then I went to this little networking event held on Caltech's campus by some angel investors. I don't even remember what it was now. And there was a few biotech people there and a few just weirdos that come because they think they have the perpetual motion machine or, you know, the cure for cancer. And a friend of mine was there. He graduated a few years before, finished his postdoc, and he started a company for DNA diagnostics. And he said to me, yeah, you should meet my investors. Who are they? Some rich people from Chicago. You should meet them. They'd love your story, right? And at the same time, I was talking to other faculty who'd done things. Peter Durbin, who'd helped start Gilead Pharmaceuticals, which does nothing having to do with anything they were founded on, but is, you know, one of the biggest companies in our industry now. And so we just talked to a lot of folks who'd done stuff. So it's fantastic you're out here, because I would have killed to have had an event like this. And then I met that investor from Chicago. And I also met some venture capitalists. And I defended my thesis. And this is all sort of unspooling in a chaotic manner, right? And I said to Amgen, no, I'm not going to take the job. And I defended my thesis, and I got kicked off campus because my advisor was freaked out that the conflict of interest with his Howard Hughes funding would jeopardize his grant or his Howard Hughes appointment. So I was just sort of, you know, doing this out of my girlfriend's apartment and trying to close the financing round and pretending I knew what I was doing. So got $1.5 million miraculously from the Chicago group, and that was the luckiest break of my career and for the company. If I hadn't have taken the money from them, if I'd have taken the money from the VCs, because the science was pretty hot, I would have been gone within 6 months. The company probably would have been just chucked, right? Very, very, very lucky break. That's a very common theme. You have to be lucky to be successful. And what that means is you have to be persistent until you're lucky, right? Some people say, oh, failure is part of the game. Yeah. I like to flip it around. You got to get lucky. Every really successful person in biotech I know has been immensely lucky. And so then we realized pretty quickly, I had my first business meeting with Amgen. I came back and met the same people I interviewed with. I've got a company now, right? They're like, that's super cool. That's great. And I've got an employee, you know. We're going to design proteins for you. And they said, that's awesome. And then I realized quickly that our business model was completely flawed. My first employee quit within a month. Yeah?
Sorry, I had a quick question. Through the time period of you doing your own researching and connecting and so on and so forth, of trying to do your own company, how long did it take you to do your first big appointment?
So this was about a 1 year time frame. From meeting him to closing that round was about, let's see, October, June, 4 months. That was fantastically fast, and I didn't realize that at the time. Very, very fortunate, very lucky. So where were we? End of 97, and we did have an office, but I had no employees, and the business model was clearly flawed. Yeah?
How much of that luck do you attribute to knowing the science and being good at it and explaining it?
That's necessary but not sufficient. If you're not good at that, you will never get lucky. And so just because you're good at that doesn't mean you're going to get lucky. Right? I know a lot of people who are on the third, fourth, fifth company or job because things just blow up. Right? Don't let that shake your faith in yourself. And honestly, the most appropriate skill set I had was not something I learned at Caltech. I'm talkative. And people want to hear what you're doing. And if you don't bore them, they'll keep listening. So try not to be boring. So here were the early years. Let's go through what happened after we started. So this was the biotech ecosystem. I didn't make this slide. My colleague did, and I think it's hilarious. The biotech ecosystem in 1997 was a company in Ventura County. That was the LA biotech ecosystem. There was pretty much nothing. But that's kind of a lie, right? There was a couple of professors at Caltech who'd done something. One of them had done a course that sort of didn't go anywhere after that year or two. You know, there was little weird networking events that happened very occasionally, very, very occasionally. So there kind of was one. Otherwise, you know, we wouldn't have taken root. But it was pretty bleak. Oh, and the general atmosphere in universities was industry's bad, right? You're all training to be professors so you can never get a job doing what I'm doing and never get funding if you do get that job. But the view is great from the ivory tower, right? Now everybody wants to be involved in a startup because there's money, 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 and fame, 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 fame. So it's quite a sea change. So in August 97, what was our founding logic? We had this awesome algorithm, so it was computational technology, and we were going to make better proteins. Key question, meaning what? Well, great question. We could make them more stable. Okay. We didn't know how to do anything else at the time. The technology wasn't suited for it for reasons I won't go into. We were going to create new IP, file patents on all these sequences, and sell them to all these industries. Right? Awesome. So my co-founder, Steve Mayo, had started a software company. We're just going to be a dry lab only, huge, huge advantage economically. And, you know, the atmosphere was great. Venture capital was still very new and unsophisticated in our industry. It had only been about a decade old, right? Very few people with any technical knowledge. Now they're all PhDs and MDs, right? So they were looking for platforms. They didn't want to fund a drug company. They wanted to fund a company making picks and shovels for the drug miners. That was literally a phrase people used at conferences. Picks and shovels for the drug miners. And we could, you know, that's something that the VCs didn't care about. So great, that was a great reception, an unsophisticated marketplace to match an unsophisticated set of founders, right? Challenge was it was weird. Proteins were falling out of favor. Everybody thought these new high-throughput screening technologies for small molecules were going to obviate the need for biotech. That didn't happen. So cold reality set in like very quickly. Nobody wanted sequences. The $1.5 million we raised wasn't enough to build the wet lab we needed that we did quickly realize and we pivoted to. We got to make our own proteins to prove we could do something and hand somebody a potential product candidate. But we did define key milestones, and our investors stuck with us. And again, if it was VCs, we'd have been flushed. Now, the one thing I will say about non-VC investors is most don't have much money, and that's even worse than a VC. So the investors I stumbled across fortuitously at Caltech found me because of Caltech being famous and have enormous amounts of money, a very, very wealthy family, billionaire family. Right? Luck. So today, that would have never happened, you know, for all these various reasons, right? But we probably could have just used CROs to do the wet lab work. So here's one of the slides I used in that era. I'll let you see it again. See that? Everybody did stuff like that back then. I'm not lying. PowerPoint had just come out, and we were all testing its capabilities. I didn't use sound effects. So we had a computer called an Origin 2000 server. It was like a big refrigerator. It sucked up about 40% of that $1.5 million, and you know, we had some guy come and take it off our hands for free 5 years later to strip it for parts. But we started building out molecular biology labs, and more importantly, the capability and people to operate in it, right? And the one thing we never had a problem with in LA is highly skilled scientists. They're everywhere here. Whether they're RAs with their bachelors out of Cal State LA, or PhDs just coming out of USC or UCLA or Caltech. We've never had a problem with that. So by 1999, we'd gotten our wet lab going. We were in a little building in East Pasadena. We'd gotten a little data showing, look, we can make proteins that are actually biologically relevant, right? And we were wrong, and the investors were wrong in believing us, but we all thought we were right. And we started early product development. We raised $12 million from our syndicate. And note the time frame. Everybody had so much money in 1999 because the markets were exploding, right? The dot-com bubble. And that manifested in the second lucky event that happened in that early years of Xencor. The 2000 dot-com bubble, right before it exploded, was so frothy, we went out to raise a little more money saying, God, there's a lot of money out there. We should maybe raise more than this, 12 million bucks. Came home with 50 in like 2 months, right before the crash. So every one of the investors who invested that $50 million, the shares they bought with that $50 million ultimately became worthless, except for the right they had to buy more stock in the company later. So isn't that awesome how it works in private companies, right? All you get for a failed investment is the right to keep investing in that company. But if you do and you're right, you make a lot of money. That lead investor, in aggregate, put into Xencor about $60 million over 16 years. His stake is now worth over $350 million. Right? So it can pay off, but boy, you got to be really be tough. And this is the kind of great stuff we did with all that money. We re-engineered an enzyme for food safety to use a better cofactor and be more efficient for Syngenta, which is a big seed company. And whoops, I didn't even make that happen. And we got paid $250,000 for it. Right, so do the math there. It worked, though. So this is right now on the cusp of when we finally figured out what we were going to do when we grew up. So we found our killer app, right? FC domains that I just talked about. How did we find it? A job candidate came in and suggested we ought to do it because the guy across the hall from him was doing it over at Rockefeller, but wasn't a very good protein engineer. You guys could do a lot better. We were like, that's a pretty good idea. And then he didn't take the job. But it was really attractive to us because it was a technical problem that suited our approach that had evolved substantially from the tools we had when we were at Caltech. And antibodies were starting to really detonate. Right? It was blowing up. Right? Here was all the antibodies that right around then had been approved, and this number had been like very small just a few years before, but now you had things that were really starting to make a difference in patients' lives. Rituxan in lymphoma, Remicade in RA and ulcerative colitis, Synagis for respiratory syncytial virus, of course, Herceptin for breast cancer. So, wow, the field was blowing up, and we could do something there, right? And furthermore, there were all the people who could make antibodies, but nobody was working on the bottom half. Like, this couldn't be better, right? So we dug into the science and looked at, what were the limitations of these awesome new drugs, and it was about enhancing their efficacy, right? And so we just altered binding for a receptor against the FC that naturally occurred that was purported to help drive that efficacy, to make it better, right? Very simple biology. But how to do the protein engineering, do it fast and patent it. Because right as we started doing it, we noticed, wait, there's 2 other companies doing this. Right? So go fast. We did win the patent race. So we ended up with this was literally a slide from that era. We ended up with something we called our V90, right? 2 amino acid changes that has high effector function. The first drug probably going to be approved for that in about 6 months is called tafasitamab now in lymphoma that our partner MorphoSys is using. And then the Extend came a little bit later. That was engaging with the receptor FcRn to improve antibody recycling and reduce metabolic destruction. Again, 2 different substitutions, pure protein engineering. That one's in a marketed product and a lot of clinical stage products now. But more important for that time frame, what it did was it let us do a bunch of licensing deals with people that instantly saw the potential of the technology. We could generate clear data in monkey models or in vitro that said, we've done something that the biology is understood, we've dramatically improved it, we have the patents, and it's the best one out there. Right? We were able to put that together easily and quickly. And then we were able to just use this plug-and-play approach. We did a bunch of little deals. None of them are survived. Nothing ever came of the ones that we did before 2008. But we did a bunch of them. It validated us in people's eyes. And we were able to finance off of that. We got $60 million from MedImmune, which is now part of AstraZeneca. But at the time was one of the biggest biotech companies based on this drug for RSV called Synagis. And then we said, this is now our chance. We're going to grow this company and do our own drug development. And we started to do that. And so that's sort of where we stood at the end of that little early F-series. It was a very exciting time. We were really pumped. We got our first clinical trial started for a drug for Hodgkin lymphoma. And then things got really ugly. And in 2009, the situation was bad. Now I'll pause there if there's any questions about that era and some of the lessons. Yes?
The whole time the founder from Chicago is financing you?
He's the lead financer up until that MedImmune round, and he also participated in that MedImmune round. Without him continuing to push the financing of the company, and we did a financing in 2004, a small one, yeah, we would have had to find somebody else. Things could have been dramatically different. Also, in that interim time frame, I skipped a bunch of stuff. Like we hired somebody else to be the CEO because he was an experienced business person, fired him after 15 months because he really wasn't actually that good, right? So I've always played the, fake it till you make it card, right? You don't really know what you're doing. By the way, I still don't know what I'm doing because my job changes all the time, right? But you realize all the good people out there don't know either. But some people are good at faking it and they actually suck at their job, right? Luckily, the board of directors and shareholders, that big investor from Chicago, were like, this guy sucks, out.
So if you were to rewind the tape and rerun the experiment a couple more times, how do you think the outcomes would have changed?
I think the technology would have still progressed and survived. Our technology was always working and good and progressing. It might have been owned by some other people. It might have been taken forward by other people. The delicate balance of a particular set of investors and a particular set of people running a technology and developing it, that's just, that's where the chaos factor comes in, right? Because so many wrinkles can happen in business. The deal you need to survive doesn't happen because some VP in charge of something at the big company changes jobs, right? Stuff like that happens constantly. That's the luck element. But the technology would absolutely, I think, still be very important. I think that's really been solid.
Is someone else be benefiting from it?
Correct, economically. Yes?
So you mentioned that early 2000s, monoclonal antibodies were exploding. Now cell therapies are exploding. Does that change your market landscape for this antibody?
It changes it a little bit. I think it changes the investor perception landscape, which is a very short-term thing, and did over the last couple of years, but not in a way that precluded antibodies because the overall markets for biotech, capital markets, partnering markets, labor markets, everything, are so much larger than they used to be. There's capacity for everyone. I think that the cell therapy side is not exploding like antibodies did in the early 2000s. They're exploding like antibodies did in the late 1980s, when antibodies still had at least a decade to go in basic technical development to overcome really profound problems. You have a few drugs get approved, they didn't really go anywhere, weren't really that great, and most fail for the same reasons. Immunogenicity, poor manufacturing, all of those things bedeviled antibodies for 15 years. I think cell therapy has had its hype wave, and there's going to still be some successes, and our industry's better at doing things than it was, but the fundamental challenges are not going to be that easily solved, right? Cell therapy is not going to overwhelm the industry. It's not all cell therapy. It's just a lot of investors have said, that guy made money. I want to make money too. Yes?
So in your FC engineering that you mentioned, other Caltech labs and all over the world, people are working towards designing better FC. I was wondering, being a small company, what would you attribute the success of Extent compared to?
Well, we made it 13 years ago, 12 years ago, right? So not many people were working on it. In fact, the first FcRn engineering, per se, a long half-life, was being done in the late 1990s by Sally Ward, who'd moved to University of Texas recently, and then she collaborated with some MedImmune folks, and then people at PDL, a company now defunct, but had pioneered humanized antibodies, did a little of their own sort of engineering, tinkering around, based on the crystal structures that Pamela Bjorkman at Caltech developed in the early 90s. But they weren't very good solutions. Engineering wasn't very good. We ground away at it, got something good, and then once you have something that's really good and you've got a very limited part of the landscape of the protein to engineer on, it's game over, right? So I think there actually weren't that many people working on it back then. Right now, people say, oh, FC engineering is great. I think that finding new ways to manipulate the gamma receptors and FcRn, the sort of stuff that's been ground, that's been heavily trodden, is probably a pointless waste of people's time. I think you should either wait for patents to expire and copy them or just pay, and then try to do new things, exciting things, not retread the old. Right? So many companies arise to do that. We're going to do a little bit better at what's already a solved problem because they don't really appreciate that it's essentially solved when you account for all the cost and barriers to get to where you need to go. Yes?
So you did a really good job of leveraging partners kind of throughout the thing, whether you realized it or not.
We did.
Yeah, and entrepreneurs often forget about that as a really strong option and resource. So I'm curious, what were the most surprising lessons you got from working in these partnerships? You know, recruiting them, managing.
How random they are when people get interested, lose interest, and that it's, you know, it's a numbers game. It's like a high throughput screen. And don't take it personally. You need to do meetings with 20 entities to get one deal usually. It's a constant process. The reason why we focused on partnerships so much is that our lead investor was like, it's a company. I know you're going to be not profitable for a while we do the R&D, but you better be selling something to somebody or you're full of shit. And it was a very unsophisticated view from somebody who didn't know biotech and who didn't care that he didn't know biotech. Right? So that immense constant pressure forced us to. That ended up being a very good lesson. Yes?
How do you keep investors from investing, given that it's such a long time frame?
How do you keep them investing?
Yeah.
Show them something new. Continually show them something new and reinvent. So at the time, the landscape in LA had matured somewhat. There were a few companies out there, Agensis, which got bought by Astellas and then shut down. Those founders hadn't yet started Kite. Amgen was just thriving and growing, but was an island unto itself. Nobody ever left or did anything other than Amgen out in Thousand Oaks. You know, there were some events and some networking, but so much less than there is now. So it really was a pretty isolated place, and we didn't even consider LA our home. We were just biotech people that flew wherever we had to go. But you know, the cracks were starting to form. The university tech transfer offices were more aggressive. People were at least talking about what they were hoping for. But still, the lessons from this are, you know, there's a lot of great jobs you can have. We hired all sorts of people who pivoted into new roles at Xencor because they had to do it. You know, whether it was a molecular biologist who suddenly became the protein purification expert, or somebody starts going to business development meetings with me and then goes off and, you know, just knows how to talk about the science and keep good notes, learns little bits along the way about contracts, about how to work with lawyers, and off to the races. So that's one of the benefits of small companies. The downside is you might need to find a new job fast. So 2008 was the beginning of the financial crisis, and that was right when the two programs we'd started clinical development on blew up in our faces. One, self-inflicted wound, clumsiness about how we handled tox data, and really the wrong person that I'd hired to handle it, and that blew up in our face. And we didn't have the cash to rebound from it. And then a program in the clinic that looked like it was going well just got beat by a competitor who was 2 years ahead of us, where we had assessed their likelihood of technical success was very low. An antibody-drug conjugate, they always fail. Well, this one worked. Right? It became Adcetris, a drug at Cell Genetics. So we were running low on cash because we burned it all trying to develop these two drugs. What are we going to do? Suddenly, biotech finance has gone just like all other finance. We had to do a big layoff, which was horrible and painful. And a lot of those people you'd think wouldn't have any jobs, but weirdly, some went to Astellas, some went to Amgen, some ended up getting out of biotech or leaving the area. Now that wouldn't happen. So there was a little bit of an ecosystem, but much less compliant. The risk now of that happening to you if you join a startup in LA is much lower. You'll be able to find a job nearby. I'm very confident of that. Might not be the perfect job, but you will be able to find a job. And we said, we got to find partners to pay for this, because pharma still had money. So again, we go back to this FC framework, right? It's plug and play. So we could do a lot of deals, and it wouldn't cost us much. Because you can do a zillion deals for a zillion antibodies, a couple of them, well, you're not giving up that much value. That's kind of not true, because if you give up the value for the really valuable antibody that really needs a second-generation version of it in a very big market, you probably are giving up a bunch of value. But we had no choice. Best part, it wasn't a resource strain. We didn't have to hire people to execute on the deal. And it validated us, right? And it gave us some money to keep the ball rolling. right? We did deals with all these entities in that sort of time frame, that 3-4 year time frame. This is the only one surviving, and that drug's now on the market. It did validate us, though, right? 4 years later, when we tried to do an IPO, those deals were hugely valuable. Smart people said this technology was good. At least that box you can check. But it wasn't enough money to feed the company. Actually, it said fund, but I was thinking feed, right? So what's more valuable than your technology if you've invested in lead assets and gotten them close to the clinic? So this was the program we had to halt because our competitor, Seattle Genetics, beat us. These two were still going. We were excited. They weren't quite yet in the clinic, right? How are we going to, we could generate more money by selling those lead programs, but it depletes our value. We figured it's the only way to survive, and we could reload with our technology later. So we did. I'll just give one example of those two. We partnered both of those assets in that box. One of them is about to hit the market. That's what we called 5574. This one, 5871, we're actually looking to partner again because we got it back. Now we're looking to partner it again because we're pivoting it away from that therapeutic area. So there's a lot of twists and turns in drug development. So our cash was low, as I said. We did the layoff. We had this program close to IND, but how to pay for it. But we needed to get back into the clinic, right? We already got into the clinic. We need to get back, or nobody's going to take us seriously. So we started a process in early 2010. Our investors had reached in their pockets and managed to find $7 million to keep us from literally failing to make payroll. The terms of that investment were it was a loan to be converted into stock in the future. The terms of which could essentially, from the way the loan was structured, even though there's a bunch of words and a bunch of numbers, essentially the terms of that conversion into stock would be determined by the investors later. So that's the most expensive money you'll ever raise in terms of how much control and ownership you give up. So we luckily had a lot of interest because the biology was quite novel, right? Our technology was always good. Amgen actually jumped into the process late, and luckily, because while a bunch of parties spent a lot of time on it, no real offers yet. Amgen jumped in late, but they were very sensitive to upfront cash at the time, and especially the next few years of burn. But we needed cash right now. And we didn't want to sell this asset that we thought was going to be a foundational value for us. So what did we do? We worked out a compromise. And this is sort of the kinds of things you got to go around and around on when you're trying to build a deal, right? How do you get what you need, kind of? Well, the $11 million, worked it up to that, and we got like a couple million in milestones in early time frame. But they didn't want to give us like 20 million or 30 million. Great. You'll give us 50 million later once we get a little bit of data in the clinic. Actually, more than a little bit of data, more like 3 or 4 years worth of data. Okay, fine. At least it kept the ball rolling. We weren't totally happy. They weren't totally happy because they only got an option for this exclusive license. To own the asset, they had to give us a lot more money. That meant we still had control of it. So that was the compromise. That compromise was hugely consequential to us a few years later when Amgen decided to they'd started cutting people in 2009 and 10, right? And Thousand Oaks started shrinking. By 2014, they decided to really whack it. In particular, all the autoimmune programs were going to go, and they got rid of them, though they're back in now. And we just knocked and said, can we get our program back? And they said, we don't have to pay you any more milestones. Take it. Right? That's how business goes. So the fact that we'd maintained control of it meant we were still doing the clinical development. It didn't take a year to transition it back to us. We had done everything we wanted to up to that point in time. And we learned a lot from them. Worked out way better than I hoped. Right? So that was all about those years just finding partners to put some money in the bank. That 11 million plus the 13 million we got from Morphosis in a deal that was ended up structure. The dynamics went sort of similarly, but we basically gave them the whole program, and they still have it. Kept the doors open, right? So it was survival, and we did survive. But in the meantime, the partners were chugging along. You know, we got that trial going with Amgen. Morphosis got their trial going. We had some other programs we were pushing forward in research. So we were moving. And then the dam broke, right? We went public. We expanded our platform into an area that was hugely important, relatively untouched, making of bispecific antibodies, right? Multispecific molecules, which has grown enormously in the last 5 years and will continue to do so. So all these things happened. Let's take a snapshot of where we were. Now, actually, I'll pause. So where was the biotech landscape in LA at this time? Things were just starting to really feel different, right? people were leaving Amgen still, and we were able to hire some. We had not really been able to do that. When I mean people that have 15, 20 years of experience that can direct your manufacturing project management, that can direct your quality, that can direct, your preclinical toxicology, things that are hard to find. People that have been trained in drug development, right? Not great scientists, the nitty-gritty of the business of drug development. We started getting those. That was a huge signal to me. I was like, whoa, that never happened before, right? Highly trained people don't want to leave the LA. Hell, they don't want to leave Thousand Oaks. We have a van now that comes every day to Monrovia. Kite leveraged it the same way in Santa Monica, right? So we started seeing that. We started seeing investors become more aware of the early stage companies, and the quality of the early stage companies gradually improve at the networking events that were starting to happen more and more. Groups from outside the region, like Biocon from San Diego, CLSA from up north, were starting to have an event or two a year, right? So things were starting to change. And where were we? Well, our Amgen deal was about to get to phase 2. The MorphoSys guys were kind of legit in phase 2, and we had something that was about to get into the clinic, right? We were still hand to mouth, starved for capital. We were about 30 people, and we'd for several years not had more than 6 months of operating capital in the bank, right? So we could never really invest in anything or be aggressive or push anything. But again, the world was sort of changing. So the financial markets just clicked in early 2013. Suddenly you had 2, 3, 4, 5 biotech IPOs happen when in the prior years there had been almost none. And these were for companies that were relatively early stage with exciting technologies, mostly out of Boston or San Francisco. Companies like Bluebird, companies like Epizyme, companies like Oncomed. Now, the last two haven't done so well. Bluebird's done very well, right? A bunch of those companies, click, 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 click. We're like, whoa, they're not that different from us. They've got big famous VCs funding them, and they've got super duper professors from Harvard, founding them 3 years ago. We've been around 16 years. Haven't talked to anybody from Caltech for 15 of them. We've got these deals. We've got these programs going forward. God, could we do this? And I went and visited a bunch of investors and bankers who I'd kind of gotten to know who dealt in that lofty realm of public companies. And they said, yeah, actually, I think you can do it. But it's July. You better move fast. An IPO process takes about 4 months. And basically, by the week before Thanksgiving, you're done. Nobody wants to run an IPO process in December. So you better go fast. So we instantly said, we got to go because we were still starved for cash. Our investors were just about fed up. That family from Chicago was like, look, we have to have bigger pools of capital coming in for much less, at a much higher valuation to finance this company. We've got to have some liquidity at some point. We're about done. So we had no choice. Really understaffed. We have an accounting staff of 1.5. The lunacy of that to try to do an IPO when your S1, which is this big, and sort of 75% of it is financial disclosures. It was insane. So we rushed to prepare, got the deal launched November 4th. That's the start of your roadshow, which is 10 days of you jumping city to city in an airplane with bankers pushing you, meeting with 7, 8, 10 investors a day, public investors, Fidelity, T. Rowe Price, and then all the hedge funds, right, who might buy 5 million of your IPO, 10 million. We're trying to raise $80 million. And the markets tanked 2 days after we started because there was a lot of just bad news that swirled around, and these things happen like there's a criticality element to it, right? It's like you get to 32 degrees, right, and suddenly the ice starts melting. It's like that. A high-profile biotech IPO that had just gone public November 5th that everybody thought was going to do awesome, just like Bluebird and Agios, boom, tanked. Right? People had bought shares in it at $17, and it starts trading at 14. They all lost money in a second. People were like, yeah, the biotech market's over for the year. I'm going to Thanksgiving. So the next week was hell. And we had to take our $15 projected share price and take it down to $5.50. Now, I'm compressing about a month of phone calls and meetings and flying around trying to salvage the deal. And there's all sorts of drama with the investment banks that were taking us out. I'll sort of forget that except to say, use your intuition and who to trust. And the people that are investment banks and investors are not in the biotech industry. they're in the financial services industry. And they interface with biotech, and their mentality is very different. I learned a lot about that kind of dynamic. And we could have probably priced the deal a little higher, but people had leverage, and they said, nope, you're going to price it down here. And we almost didn't get that family in Chicago to agree to do it. They're like, it's too dilutive, screw it. We'll take the company into bankruptcy, we'll own all of it, we'll just restart, we'll refinance it from there. I was like, well, that would suck. So we finally convinced them. And then instantly we traded up 50%. Why? Because this price was artificially low, because the investors who wanted to buy the deal, who liked the company, and saw the markets were weakening and saw an opportunity to buy cheap, and the investment bankers are like, well, I'll get the company public. The investors got all this leverage, and I'm not going to fight for the company, because frankly, the investors are more important to me than my client, because I'm going to bring another deal to them in January, probably 4 deals to them in January, right? You gotta understand the dynamics. That was the best deal we ever did. We got $80 million in cash. It let us expand our pipeline. It let us delve into this new technology area we were just poking into that we had thought would be very valuable, and after a couple of years started to become very valuable. And it, most importantly, let us access much bigger pools of capital subsequently. After that deal, we've raised 3 financing rounds in the public markets. The total elapsed time of those deals was less than 2 weeks in aggregate, and it was, I think, something like $500 million. Now, there was technical success along the way, good deals. We advanced the value of the company, but you could advance the value of your company when you're private and not get anywhere. So this was the technology we really started developing just as we went public, a way to break apart the symmetry of an antibody and decorate the ends of the 2 different sides of it with different antigen binding domains. A trick that had been done before, but with very non-antibody-like structures that lost all the beneficial natural antibody properties that are conferred by the FC, like long half-life, in vivo, like ease of production, like high stability. So our guys did an amazing job building a highly stable one that could be easily purified, spontaneously self-assemble in a manufacturing cell line, be easily purified using standard antibody procedures, didn't have to reinvent anything, and was very stable. Brilliant, right? Now, unfortunately, Roche and Regeneron and a couple other small companies were cranking away at the same thing. So you're never alone, and that's okay. But we use this really portable plug-and-play approach that could be plugged into standard antibody procedures and made a bunch of candidates. We also did a bunch of partnerships, again, plug-and-play, but the dollars were utterly different. So our Novartis deal, they gave us $150 million up front, right? A factor of 10 of more than anything we'd ever gotten. Hell, Amgen gave us $45 million up front, right? We then were able to do a deal with Genentech just this year for $120 up front. So the amounts of money we could get were immense because it was truly a big area that was just opening up. There were not a lot of providers, and everybody in the industry realized by about 2015, 16, oh crap, this is how biologics are going to be made in the future, right? That was actually us taking a shot back in 2011 that this was going to be something important. We had no idea just how important it was going to be. So that was kind of lucky. So that's what we spent the last 5 years doing. And that's where this timeline has taken us. You'll see a lot of financings and deals along the way. Our first clinical data from our bispecifics here, first marketed product from one of our partners from a deal we did in 2013 there. So all these pieces sort of come together. It always feels like chaos. A slide like this makes it seem very orderly and structured. Hopefully the other slides I talked through makes it clear just how happenstance and chaotic it can be, and you have to be sprinting all the time and never slow down and be very, 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 very persistent and try to do what you do well, really, really well, right? Like I haven't had a direct hand in the science in over a decade, but the people that we were able to recruit to the company are fantastic at it, right? And so that was really the recipe. What does the biotech ecosystem look like today? I don't know. This is a slide Biocom put. All these dots are a company. I don't know what it compares to in 1997. It feels like a lot more. But I will tell you, the world is vastly different, and it's very a good time to try to do biotech or life sciences in LA. Whether you want to join a startup, there's a lot more of those with much higher quality people engaged in them. Whether they're old Amgen people or old Kite people or just people that have been exposed to more because the ecosystem has gradually emerged from the primordial ooze. whether it's a small company or a mid-sized company like Zencor, where you can have a lot more flexibility jumping roles, right? You don't have to run that flow cytometer anymore if you don't want to, maybe, right? If you're willing to get in on the ground floor of something. Or a big company like Amgen or Gilead, where you can try to do something in an area leveraging your technical expertise, again, at a junior role and start a new career. But right now, there's an opportunity, there's a resilience in the ecosystem, and little events like this. I mean, think if I hadn't gone to that little networking event at Caltech at the Athenaeum and run into a guy that I've known for 6 years that day to talk about specifically the biotech company I was thinking about, wouldn't have started. Probably. You never know, right? So these kind of events are invaluable. You know, and I sort of, the themes that I hope came across are, you know, luck is everything. Don't feel bad if you didn't get lucky yet. You will eventually. Like, I had huge spikes of luck and then long stretches of no luck, like 5 years. Geez, what's going on, right? You know, good employees leaving, barely making payroll, a deal you thought was going to happen. I mean, the number of failed deals that I could pepper along that timeline that I thought were going to change the company, I can't even tell you how many. Right? You work like crazy for a month all day and all night, and the deal's almost ready to sign, and the big company changes their mind. Right? For arbitrary reasons. So luck is important. You've got to be very persistent in order to get lucky. And you know, the ecosystem has changed so much that I think there's a lot more chances for you to get lucky here. So, you know, with that, I think there's probably a little time for questions, if there are any more. Yes?
So you mentioned about these partnerships that you have.
Yeah.
How did you approach them, or did they approach you, or did you approach them? And then in terms of those different targets, the different disease states, is it that's dependent on the big pharma?
Yeah. So typically, we would approach them and introduce them to a technology. Certainly that was it in the early days. And there's innumerable forums to do that. Lots and lots of industry scientific meetings put on by the likes of the IBCs of the world, right? Where industry scientists go to talk to each other, see what's new, right? It's a marketplace, right? There's literally partnering conferences where business development people go talk to each other about what they've got. The big companies send 5 or 6 people, all the small companies are there. And these things existed even 20 years ago, just not in LA, right? I'd go to New York, or I'd go to San Francisco, even London, and you educate them. And then 6 months go by and you educate them again, and you say, hey, what are your interests? Who are the scientists that drive this, right? You want to get into the people of the company. Individual relationships drive deals. Somebody at that company says, yeah, we do need that. And I've got the authority to push something forward, right? So you've got to somehow percolate to that person, and it takes steady, consistent chipping away. Like, I did deals with people when the FC technology came about in 2004, 5, that I first met in 2001 when they just weren't interested in what I was selling. But I got to know them, right? So you just keep chipping, chip away. And then after a while, if your technology gets known a little bit, like you do a deal or two on it, then they start calling you, right? And the need for what they're applying your technology to is 100% of the time defined by them. Alexion wanted to apply our half-life extension technology to their C5 antibody platform to make a long-acting one, right? Novartis wanted to apply our bispecific antibody platform to a series of internal candidates that they were excited by. Now, it flips around for product candidates that you have built, that you might have gotten to almost to IND, or you're in phase 1. You've got this program. You've defined it, right? It's a thing. Then you go talk to people about it, and they can inquire to you, or you can pitch to them. But if you're not constantly pitching to a bunch of people, they won't know to inquire. So you got to do both, but sometimes it's an inbound that results in a deal. And often the partner has a different vision for what they want to do with this product you've created. So their viewpoint always ultimately drives the deal, and you've got to adapt to that. But it's a practice of doing these deals, business development, that only comes from repetition, right? You can't train somebody. There's no class you can take in business development, right? You can learn a few terms so you're not completely lost in the language right away. There's every job has its jargon, but even that you can pretend you understand it for a while. It's not that complicated. It's not like cell culture or protein purification. Yes.
You mentioned during your talk a couple of instances where the wrong person was at the job. One was the CEO and one was the ops person who didn't do a good job of the data. In retrospect, how would you make those decisions differently in terms of figuring out the right person for the position or assessing those?
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's more a matter of when you notice them not really fitting in or doing a good job, get rid of them fast. It's hard to do a perfect job hiring, but you gotta fire fast, right? Regularly, the biggest mistake I've made is not asking somebody to move along sooner. I always regretted it. It always caused a problem. It was always such a massive relief and much less of a big deal after I'd done it. Always, always, always. I think on the hiring side, usually you get a sense. You have to have multiple people interview. You get a sense there's a problem, usually. But even then, fire fast. I think and maybe time for one more question. One more? Yeah. Oh, over there? Sorry.
A lot of biologic drug is patent expire or almost expire. What are your thinking about the future of the biosimilar competition right now?
Right.
In your area?
Yeah, I think biosimilars are going to still take a few more years to run up. I think the legal and commercial frameworks in the U.S. make it very difficult for biosimilars to move forward. It's not just the original patents. There's all sorts of other statutory exclusivities that the company can try to get. You can still box things up with the complex payment system in the U.S., keep a better position in the insurance company's listing of drugs that you prescribe called the formulary. I think it's still going to be a number of years before the U.S. market sees substantial erosion from biosimilars, like you've seen, say, for example, in Europe. I think it will eventually come, but it's going to be a much more slow, steady drip. And that's not because of technical challenges with making biosimilars. I think we can all agree that's baloney. I think it's been the nuances of the law and the commercial landscape that have done that. I think it's unfortunate because I think it suppresses innovation.
The difficulty you mentioned is about the interchangeability to prove to reimbursement.
How? Look, I mean, interchangeability, would that help a lot? Sure, it would probably help a lot, but you don't have interchangeability of these things in all these European countries, right? It's just that a European country says the whole country is going to buy 85% of the drug that's going to get used this year as a country. So we're going to accept tender offers, which is like, here's my all-in price from this company, this company, this company. We don't have any other laws layered on top about different ways of exclusivity, any other challenges for using your data to compare to for comparability. Their laws got rid of that shit. And so it was easy. In our case, this company, like say AbbVie with Humira, they could be paying in a rebate to Anthem and to the PBMs, right? To the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars a year. They got to find that room in their budget. They'd rather game it a little bit, take a little bit more discount, little haircut for AbbVie, and everybody, the gravy train keeps rolling for everybody, right? So it's structural issues that have kept biosimilars from happening. Now, if you had interchangeability defined, would that help matters? It probably would. It would be a fundamental difference in how the laws are set up already, though, right? So I think the biosimilar thing is a political failure. Yeah, thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Right. Now, everyone who is going to the K-12 STEM workshops, please go to Thermo Fisher exhibitor table outside, and then they will take you to the right auditorium. And everyone else, we welcome you to the coffee break, and then we'll resume in about 25 minutes with panel 1. Thank you. Are you sure? This was from me.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Valentina. I'm the External Affairs Lead for Biotech Connection Los Angeles. First of all, thank you again to be with us today. We think that the BCLA Summit is a great opportunity to learn and to connect with the bioscience community in LA. Before starting with the first panel of the day, we have 4 spotlight presentations from our sponsor, and these presentations are addressed and important for both academics and also entrepreneurs. So I would like to invite the first presenter, that is BioLab, Gary Olsen.
Hey everybody, my name is Gary Olson. I'm the director of BioLabs LA at the Lundquist Institute. We're the newest incubator in town. We opened in May 1st of this year, and we're pretty excited to be in the area. And I really just kind of want to reiterate to you guys today that it takes a village. You're going to hear in this next speech about the evolving LA life science scene. And as someone who isn't from LA, someone who's been in life sciences my entire career, and living in Boston, Seattle, San Diego, not thinking that LA wasn't even an option for me. It's exciting to now live here, exciting to have our incubation space here and see the ecosystem really growing and seeing the connection and the network of people from myself down the South Bay to Brian here at UCLA and other incubation spaces, really interested in working together to make LA, to put LA on the map, right, of the biotech hubs in the nation. So as you go through the day today, really think to yourselves, how can I go out and spread the word about LA? So we want to make all of you guys little ambassadors to go out and spread the word, tell your friends that LA's hopping and happening, there's things going on here, exciting things in life sciences, and just remember to enjoy the day and have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Our second presenter is from IndieBio.
Cool. Hey, everyone. My name's Alex. I'm a program director and one of the partners at IndieBio. We're a life science accelerator in San Francisco. So I'm going to talk a little bit about why we exist, which is the convergence of a few very large macro trends in the world, as well as some trends that are more specific to life sciences. So first off, we've been looking at a lot of projections, and very roughly, people are predicting that the economy in 25 years or so is going to double to be about 100 trillion times bigger than it is today. So that means that sectors like energy, healthcare, food and agriculture, materials, all of these are going to keep ballooning. And alongside just that growth due to population increases is also the looming threat of climate change and how that is actually forcing us to rethink how we do all of these industries. So we've been thinking a lot about this, investing here, and really seeing biology as going to be an underpinning technology across not just the traditional healthcare pharma spaces, but really thinking about construction materials, food and agriculture, of course, marine biology, chemicals being converted from petrochemical-based to bio-based, and much, much more. So on the smaller scale, when you look at the opportunity in life sciences, we see another convergence of trends. The first being a massive increase in the number of scientists being trained all around the world, and kind of the narrowing of how many have the opportunity to go into academia and run labs there, a term one of our friends coined, the post-apocalypse. Then on the bright side of things, science is getting much, much faster and much, much cheaper. And all that is coming together into more discoveries, which is really happening by what we call read, write, copy, paste, and learn. And what we mean by that is, as sequencing, synthesis, machine learning applied to biology, lab automation, all these things happen, it allows for scientists to really, at its very core, have more hypotheses in the time of their career. So classically, people wouldn't get that many shots on goal. You have an idea, you spend multiple years developing it, and then eventually you find out whether or not it can work and whether it can even translate. Now people can actually start closing the gap between someone in the wet lab and someone doing software, where a coder can try an idea every week. A scientist can't do that. And now it's getting closer and closer together, which is letting more ideas come through in the world. Despite all that, there is a bit of a gap, we think, in funding as well as mentorship and skills and opportunity between SBIR academia world and that seed Series A startup world, where you've raised money from venture capital and are able to start building a team and translating technology. So that's where we like to think IndieBio comes in. So as I mentioned, we're an accelerator. Our mission is to enable the best scientists in the world to build transformative companies in both human health and planetary health. So we give mentorship, lab space, network, and $250,000 of funding to all those companies. On your right is a picture of Uma Valetti, one of our batch 2 founders of Memphis Meats, which is the first company to grow chicken, beef, pork, and duck in the lab without the animal. Since they started that company, they've raised over $25 million and have pretty much birthed an industry which is now probably over 50 companies and like nearing in on hundreds of millions of dollars in funding in about 4 years. So the 3 pillars of conventional thought in life science that we don't think are true, which we think have been followed, especially in the East Coast model. First is funding biotech must be expensive, that you need $5 million, if not tens of millions of dollars to get off the ground and try an idea. We think you can actually fund biotech at the early stages much, much cheaper to learn if you're a go, no-go. There's the idea of scientists are not entrepreneurs, where you have to have a small circle of business executives who've been there and done that, and you plug them in and put scientists as a CSO role, maybe. We've seen a lot of scientists transition to become CEOs and running great companies. And then lastly, as I mentioned, this idea that biology is just therapeutics, which we think due to the high cost, it has pushed VCs to really do a playbook of funding the same types of companies, and now it's expanding. So quickly, we funded about 116 companies in 4.5 years. The number here that I think matters is over 2/3 of them raised money after the program, so we're seeing a lot of them succeed. The program is built on 4 different pillars. The first and most important is the science. So are you doing product de-risking and really moving the idea forward, doing business de-risking, learning to grow as a leader and a manager, and then fundraising, of course. We have a lab on site. Most of you guys have probably seen one before. And then we end with a demo day, roughly 800 people, half investors, in downtown San Francisco. So that's all for me. I'll be around today. If you want to talk, come grab me.
So our third presenter is Magnify.
Morning, everybody. We got a lot of incubators here, so it's kind of great to hear accelerators as well. And I think the data that was presented is really resonant with all of our sectors and really important to get really that fundamental understanding. So I'm going to keep it short since I think we're close on time, maybe? No? Okay. Well, in that case. So I'm just going to give you a little high-level background on our incubator. And so we're a recent incubator. I think, as Gary mentioned, they're relatively new. There's a lot of incubators kind of starting to come up in this space. They already had a little bit of a footprint, but now we're really centralizing all of our resources, aggregating and connecting all of the incubators to really help understand and facilitate company success. So there's a lot of great companies in the area. There's incubators, and we're happy to fill all of them. And I think that's the benefit, is we're not competing with one another. We're really trying to build the ecosystem. So the successful entrepreneurs breed other successful entrepreneurs, and that creates a great ecosystem for us. And if you don't need an incubator, that's great, because we can use something else. So the incubator here, we're looking to really support transformative technology companies at that early stage, that seed stage company. We're located here at CNSI, so you guys are in the auditorium, but we have several floors with a variety of different research equipment, really developed to do everything from imaging and characterization of anything at the nano scale, which covers semiconductors, advanced materials, therapeutics. CNSI is kind of the home on campus here at UCLA for really translational research. So we support about 156 faculty from 36 different departments, really kind of the interdisciplinary teams. That's where we see a lot of exciting opportunities and developments at that interplay between sciences, so chemistry, physics, materials, and also clinical work. So our incubator, we have a standard application process, but we've actually opened up our eligibility criteria. So we're looking for the best of the best. We're looking for companies from across the US, really developing transformative technologies in the therapeutic space, medical devices, and diagnostics, as well as advanced materials and semiconductors. To help us select these companies, we've comprised an advisory committee of industry and investor experts to really look at these companies and look at their fundability. So we're not just looking at the technology, but we're also looking at your likelihood for securing follow-on funding. For us, that's a really key component for the success of these companies. We want you to come in, we want to help you for 2 years, really develop and de-risk the technology, get you positioned to get that next round of funding, move on, graduate out, and continue to grow your company. These advisors are also mentors, so it's kind of giving you a little bit of insight from the industry perspective, but also a stamp of credibility. These may be sources of funding for you or also enable you to get access to other sources of funding. So with this new model that we've deployed over the past 2 years, we've seen a good amount of success. So we've seen an increase in the number of obviously applications because we opened up our eligibility criteria, but our companies over the past 2 years have raised a little over $107 million in funding, and if you can imagine with about 21 companies in the incubator, that's a good amount of money per company. We have about 130 events here. Most of those events include one-on-one partnering with industry and investors. So it's a great opportunity, especially because our partners are relatively friendly, to get some candid advice from an investor without having to worry about blowing the deal. Getting that insight, again, it goes a long way for a lot of these early stage companies. And to give you a couple examples, so I think one of our most recent companies, Octane, actually graduated here a little over 3 months ago, closing a $30 million A round. So, it's a pretty big round for a biotech company. Unfortunately, they went to San Francisco, but we keep most of our companies as close as we can, but this one, they had to go. So, again, it highlights a lot of the exciting opportunities that we have here and the success of this program, really to facilitate the growth of these companies. Provide a variety of different resources for companies, from access to our research network, clinical advisors, group purchasing resources, and we have a variety of other partners. They don't want us to show those, they're secret. So we have a variety of other partners that really offer discounts to companies, not only from legal, regulatory, but also from service providers, AWS, Biocom, and Corning, which we have a partnership for a little over $50,000. For equipment, we have 21 companies in the incubator, and they're moving around. And 85% of our portfolio is life science centric. We're seeing a lot of interest in the life science space. As you can kind of tell with the kind of culture here, life science is a pretty broad subcategory in industry. So we have companies doing medical devices, diagnostics, healthcare IT, a variety of different things, and we kind of lump all of that into the life sciences sector. So it's a blooming area, and again, we select companies on a quarterly basis. So we're always looking for new companies, and we always have space for additional ones. And with that, I will conclude. So if you're interested in joining our growing portfolio and successful companies, feel free to catch me. We have some information out in our booth outside, and look forward to talking to you more.
And the last presenter is KGI.
Good morning, afternoon maybe, I'm not sure what time it is. My name is Lexi Beer. I'm the Director of Outreach at KGI.
Hi, I'm Shannon Braun, Senior Director of Corporate Partnerships.
And for those of you who aren't aware of us, KGI is a graduate institution in Claremont. We are part of the Claremont Colleges, which you might be a little more familiar with. They are 7 colleges in Claremont, just east of LA. We are one of 2 graduate institutions. You'll see Claremont Graduate University as well. And our students participate in the Claremont colleges and the consortium, and so receive benefits that are across all those colleges. But we're here today to talk to you a little bit more about what we do. So we have 12 graduate programs as well as 10 summer programs that really focus in these 3 areas. So our students have biotech and pharma really woven into all of our curriculum, and we tend to think of our programs in these 3 areas of research, industry, and healthcare. So we have different master's opportunities, post-bac, and postdoc opportunities for students that are interested in these areas, and careers in biotechnology, drug discovery, biotech management, med devices, bioprocessing, and clinical and regulatory affairs. Those are the main areas a lot of our students focus on. and the types of careers they go into. This is a little bit about the types of jobs that our students tend to pursue. You'll see consulting and project management, but our students really find themselves well-rounded, and they pursue different careers really within this entire industry, coming out of some of our specialized programs. And for those of you that are maybe in a PhD or in a postdoc, we have some options there as well. So we have a certificate option and a summer option for those of you who maybe have that long-term expertise in science, but you're trying to make that transition into biotech. We can help you do that by teaching you some of the business that you might need to really find yourself successful in those types of careers. And
yeah, so at the heart of what we do, we want to be really applied and practical in our training. So we do a lot of hands-on learning. And if you are going to go into the profession of being at the bench, your hands-on learning might be practicing that profession of being at the bench. But at KGI, our scientists and engineers are going into industry. So of course they do summer internships, but we'll also do practical training like business plan writing. So I know for IndieBio and other incubators, I had our students work on market assessments or business plan writing for those young scientists that are trying to get their tech out into the world, and it's a great experience for our students to work on something real. Our students also work on, instead of a thesis-based capstone, well, some of our master's programs still have thesis, but for those that are more like on the strategic side of the industry, they'll work on a client-sponsored project where industry will fund the project. The students work for 2 semesters, and then by the time they're done at KGI, they've had some real world experience that makes them industry ready at the end. So any of you incubated companies that are ready to look for talent, please let us know. We have a lot of talent coming out of KGI, or if we can help assess a market for your new tech, let us know. We're happy to be here. Again, I was talking about sponsored projects. These are some of the companies that we've worked with for our students. Okay, and we've got a table right outside. We look forward to speaking to you.
Thank you.
Thank you again to our spotlight presenters. I have now the pleasure to kick off the first panel discussion of the day. And for today's first panel, we would like to discuss the changing landscape of the biotech and the healthcare ecosystem in LA and compare our reality with other major and well-established biotech hubs like Boston, as they already mentioned, like Boston, San Francisco, or San Diego, and understand also what is our future, what we are expecting. So we think that this is an important conversation for both young entrepreneurs and early stage startup to understand why and how the LA bioscience community is growing and understand what are the present and the future opportunities. So I would like now to invite on stage the panel, the panelists. So we have Daniel Telalian from CEO of BioLA, Brian Benson, the director of Magnify at CNSI, Anna Skaya, founder and CEO of Basebos, and our moderator today will be Kat Yalung, I hope I pronounced correct, educator at BCLA Exchange. So we'll have 40 minutes panel discussion plus 20 minutes Q&A. So please, I would like now you to start. I don't want to take any more seconds.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, good morning, buenos dias. So it's tradition, I need everyone to stand up, including the panelists. Stand up, stand up. It is Saturday morning. We need to get our biological bloods flowing. All right, so anyone has power pose in the room, raise your hands. Raise your hands if you power pose. So you, yes, it takes a village. Thank you, Gary. All right, so power posing is just any position, any that makes you feel like Superwoman, Wonder Woman, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, whatever power position that may be. You can have a leg up. I know we're really close. Look at your neighbor, make eye contact really quickly, because you're gonna let's all get awkward together, panelists, right? Let's all get self-conscious together. So I'm gonna count down 3, 2, 1, and we're gonna hold it. Sometimes they make people hold it for a minute, but we're gonna do 15 seconds. Okay, so we're gonna hold our power pose for 15 seconds. I know it's tight, it's okay. So you got your power pose in mind? Does everyone have their power pose in mind? I'm looking at the whole room. I can see people in the back too, so. All right, tres, I'm speaking Spanish. 2, 3, 2, 1, hold your power pose. I don't feel the force up here, guys. Hold on. I'm looking to the left, looking to the right. I gotta feel it. Hold. Yes? All right, awesome. High five. So I like to start with that fun tip and trick when everyone's nervous in the room. We're gonna talk about. Maybe. Always a little nervous. Thanks for participating. And for students in the room, big conversations, job, go to the bathroom, power pose for 2 minutes. You will feel better. You'll take on the force. So we're going to do a quick lightning round because we have an incredible panel here for you. And when we do lightning rounds, I'm going to say name, organization. You met Brian already. But you spend most of your day, finish the sentence, ... And then since we did power posing, what superpower? You want to go first, Ryan?
Okay. I'm first in the line, so I guess I have to. So I spend most of my day dealing with company chaos, which is exciting. It's tweet length, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
there's a limit, so I'm going to stop there. And then superpower. Oh, man. And there's no negatives to having the superpower? It's not like one of those...
Whatever you want.
You know?
Questions.
I would say invulnerability.
Not like Brene Brown, then.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Skaya. I'm the founder and CEO of BasePause. I spend most of my day, believe it or not, with pets, surprisingly. You don't know what my company does yet, but it'll make sense in a minute. And did you guys see my power pose? I envisioned like I had a Superman, Superwoman cape behind me. Like that was the back of my mind. And that's because I have this really awesome cat. I'll talk about my cat a lot in the next 45 minutes. And my cat it's a house cat, but it likes to just escape and then go jumping around on the roofs of my house and my neighbor's house. And it's just having the best time, you know. I'm there working on the computer and I see her jumping up and down. So I want to be that. I want to be a flying cat with a cape.
Love
Superpower.
that. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Kudos to coming out on a Saturday to see this and for this discussion. So thank you to BCLA and the whole crew for doing that. I think it's really important and special. Daniel Talalian, CEO of Bioscience Los Angeles County, or BioLA. I spend much of my time keeping my 2 children from killing each other. And I think a superpower I have or aspire to have is within the financial world I exist, also seeing the social good and the social impact in the people and the products that are out there.
And really quickly, my name is Kat. I'm director of Pixel Exchange. We're a technology incubator in the public, private, and tech space. And so I have a team of incredible advisors that give free mentorship and advising to early stage tech entrepreneurs. So I've also worked in San Francisco and a little bit in New York in the tech space, but I love LA for a lot of reasons, which we will talk about today. But so origin stories, really quickly. You have investor perspectives, you have the overall perspective in an incubator and accelerator, and then we have serial entrepreneurs. So Anna, can you share just really quickly how you got into this biotech space? Because you're a serial entrepreneur with different industries.
BasePause is my 4th company. I founded a company in the UK about 10 years ago and sold it to Groupon, and I was the CEO of Groupon Russia. So I come from the world of like selling things online. I'm very, very good at getting you to click on ads. So how did I get from being really good at doing that to running a company? So maybe a few things about BasePause. BasePause is a pet health company, hence the cats. And we do genetic testing and microbiome testing for cats and dogs. Originally, the company was called 23andMeow, just to give an idea of where we've come from. And so after doing Groupon, here I am 8 years later running a biotech company. How did that happen? Excellent question. I'll give a really quick story because it asked me to be quick. The company was founded in the Bay Area in Silicon Valley, and 3 months later I moved here to Los Angeles. It was founded because I had lunch with a director of 23andMe, and during that lunch, yada, 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 lots of great conversation, hee hee ha ha, I have a really crazy looking cat. It's just weird. It's cuckoo. No one really understood why. And so I brought it up. I said, hey, wouldn't it be awesome to like use your technology, 23andMe, and figure out what's up with my cat? They said, you should do it. No one's doing it. You should call it 23andMeow. I went home that night. I bought the URL. That was the beginning of the company. So it all started with this cat. And if you go on baseballs.com in the team section, you'll see the cat. It's like, it runs my life, the company now. It's got its own Instagram account. Like, you know, the cat's cool.
How long ago was that? What year?
That was 2.5 years ago.
2.5 years ago, okay. And I know, thank you, Anna. It's an amazing story. So Brian and also Daniel, both of you have been in the biotech space for quite a bit. So, and I know you're formerly at CHLA. Can you share a little bit about, you know, if we were to time travel back 5 years ago in Los Angeles, where was biotech? And actually, we mentioned we were going to talk about this. I think it's important to define definitions. In biotech, you hear the word pharma tech, you hear the word med tech. So for all three of you, actually, really quickly, before we dive into that, what does biotech mean? What is encompassing? Is it under health tech? Is it over health tech? What does that mean? Brian?
So you're going to get 4 different answers from the 3 of us. So for me, biotech really, it's kind of all-encompassing. So I think biotech includes ag tech, med device, therapeutics, kind of everything. I think, again, the nomenclature is a nuance, but in reality, most people are talking about such a broad subset, and it's constantly evolving. So you're talking about ag tech, that could be biofuels, that could be energy tools. I mean, there's and advanced materials now are including, I mean, again, you know, as was talked earlier, you know, I think that it's just a generic lump sum. So I also include, again, health IT in that space, digital health. When you get more granular, you can start to weed it out, but in general, I look at it as everything under the sun.
Maybe it's what is not. What is not biotech? So we also take a broad view. We oftentimes say biosciences, which is also not helpful because there's a Venn diagram and not everything fits in it. We don't do med spas. We don't do health services, but harnessing the life sciences to heal, to grow, to create energy. These are things that make sense. I would just say, sort of maybe pivoting back a little to like what's in LA or how is LA evolving. The beauty of LA is its diversity from the fact that like the faces in this room and in LA reflect the world, and so at a identity level, LA is incredible, but the diversity of its life sciences practice is incredible. And so we are not just therapeutics, although we do incredible therapeutics here. We are not just devices, although there's some incredible device companies here. We are not just digital health, although, wow, that's merging into the life sciences very quickly here. So I sort of embrace the ambiguity of it and just sort of throw out the words instead of sort of defining it. Because, I mean, what we're going to be doing in bioinformatics, what we're going to be doing in devices, what are we going to be doing in technology for process improvements for our enormous health systems here are all really exciting stuff. So I will say it's almost what you want it to be, unless you're selling collagen.
I'll add really quick. So it really, for us, it comes down to what, when I'm pitching to an investor, and as a startup, this is pretty much all you're doing is you're going out, you're trying to raise money. You're trying to explain to an investor, are you a biotech company, are you a life science company, are you a pet tech company? The more you can explain it, the more granular, the more noise you'll cut out, and the investors that don't invest in that area will then don't waste your time. I think it's important for a company or an organization to define exactly where you fit in, because obviously it's so wide. And then when you're looking for investors, and I guarantee you that's what you'll be doing for a lot of what you're doing if you're raising a company, you need to know where you are, because that's the only way you cut out everyone else that doesn't invest in your space. So we're pet tech, we're life science, and I'm actually really surprised that you've mentioned health IT as part of biotech. To me, health IT is tech. And so, like, I think of it really, do I need a lab for this, or can this be coded sitting at WeWork? If it's a lab thing, it's biotech. If it doesn't require a lab, for me, it's not as much of a biotech thing. And I think an investor would think of it similarly. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if you're pulling patient data and looking at it that way, you know, it's a wearable, but you're doing glucose Where do you draw the line,
Sure,
right? So
sure.
it gets,
Complicated.
again, see these, I think to your point really is trying to define what your company is from the essence, and then finding people that align with that. And again, most investors will say, we're open to listen. And that's not really specific for you.
No.
But again, trying to start with that in mind really helps you define what you're doing, and then you can sift through that, because you never know. You may excite an investor. They may be looking for something that they didn't know that they were looking for at first. And I'm sure you spoke to investors, and they said, I never would have thought of this, and I like where you're going with it, and I want to give you some money. I mean, so that there's always opportunity there. I think to the other question about 5 years ago today, so I was at Children's Hospital Los Angeles in the ped space. Even before that, orphan and rare diseases was, it's actually makes up a majority of all diseases. And there wasn't a lot of support in that space. When you think about it, there's not a lot of market opportunity in there. In a very small market with a high expense to make a therapeutic or a medical device, why would you hemorrhage a bunch of money to make something when you're only going to return a little bit? So, but now with a lot of government policies to fast track that, there's a lot more excitement, and big pharma and big med device companies are starting to build in that space. So that really expanded in the pediatric area over the last couple of years. And it's bled into the startup ecosystem. So now companies are able to look at, how do I get to the market faster, cheaper, and more efficiently? And that is a huge opportunity for a lot of startups to go through the regulatory process in a fast track breakthrough designation application. I think from the LA ecosystem perspective, startups have gotten a lot smarter. They've all learned from each other. I think there's a lot more groups like this, which have enabled shared learning, which again, previously, you couldn't drop a nuke and hit an entrepreneur here. I think now you can almost throw a stone and hit another entrepreneur. And I think that is really the exciting opportunity, is you can get some insight from someone, a co-founder of another company, a colleague from another company, that you can take that instead of, oh yeah, everybody says you need to find an investor. Well, that doesn't help you. But you can talk to your friend and say, oh, I talked to so-and-so and they're an investor. They just gave us money. Let me introduce you. That opens so many more doors for entrepreneurs in LA. So I think that's what I'm starting to see a lot more of, and I'm really excited to see that trajectory continue to grow, and it's driving a lot more exponential growth in this area, I think.
Thank you, Brian. So really quickly, so you know who's in the room, so we know where to direct also some of this advice. Entrepreneurs, raise your hands. Do we have any entrepreneurs in the room? Excellent. Students who are looking for jobs, raise your hands. Awesome. And then do we have academic researchers in the space? Raise your hands. Perfect. So and looking for jobs. Excellent. No, that's great. We'll connect those who have jobs open to those who are job seekers. So you are familiar kind of with who's in the room. They touch on a handful of things. You touched on the diversity in Los Angeles. You touched on the transforming, how many, the plethora of entrepreneurs, and I think the barriers to becoming an entrepreneur are a little bit lower, but the journey is still so hard, and as you know and very familiar with. So when you think about, you talked about 5 years ago today to today, and you talked about today, Daniel, being what are our strengths, and I truly believe Bixel Exchange talks a lot about talent is equally distributed, opportunity is not. And I think that's very similar to this space as well, right? Where there's hidden pockets of wisdom and amazing innovation and all things being invented, and it's sometimes just spreading the word and getting the resource and connections. So Daniel, you're at this intersection of, connecting government, private, all of the above. So what are you seeing, when the time travel machine 5 years ago to today, what are kind of the big differences?
Sure. So real quick, BioLA is a startup itself. It's a new nonprofit that was created at the intersection of the public sector, the private sector, and philanthropy to be a 24/7 custodian and supporter of the Los Angeles life sciences ecosystem. So we're not affiliated with a particular institution or a particular company or a particular investor. We're here to rise up to 30,000 feet and sort of say, what is the health of the ecosystem? How are our entrepreneurs doing? How are our investors doing? How are our facilities doing? So we take that approach in what's going on. 5 years ago, that ecosystem was in a more dire place. There was still phenomenal research in Los Angeles, and we have an incredible tradition. There were still large numbers of graduate degrees and STEM professionals in the area, But there was very little leaning into commercialization or spin out companies. There was very little early stage capital, and if there was here, it wasn't necessarily risk capital for the life sciences. There was very little great lab space or dry space where communities could kind of come together and around common purpose. There was a lot of those gaps in what was going on. And then that's just internally. And externally, if you were in Tokyo or Europe or Boston or probably even San Francisco, people are like, there's no there in LA. Like, I'll fly in for my one deal and I will fly back out, and that's what I'll do. And then the public sector had come to the awareness point of like, oh, bioscience is important. Those are really good jobs. They seem kind of recession-proof. I think we like this from an economic development point of view, and gosh, we do have 10 million people here that we need to take care of from a public health point of view. But we really haven't thought about it. And what are we gonna do about that? And about 5 years ago was when some good studies and some good people started coming together and circling around the idea of we need to invest more intentionally into the Los Angeles life sciences ecosystem, because we've got a cluster. We can inventory all these really good assets, but it is not working together. These are just gears spinning. There's no drivetrain. There's no synergy. And so at the end of the day, fast forward to today, which I'll save that in case you want to ask is a different question, but things have changed markedly and things are coming together nicely, and there's a lot of data points that indicate a real inflection point in what's going on here now.
What are some of those data points that you mentioned that are tipping points too?
Some tangible, some less tangible. I think some of the tangible ones that you might expect is the quantity and quality of incubating and accelerating space, and the talent of the operators within those spaces is markedly up. So if you're an investigator and you want to step out and give this a whirl, you found your favorite MBA friend over at Anderson and you want to go for this, there are places for you now. There's a diversity of price points. There's a diversity of geography around that and specialties within those. So there is a place for you. Compared to 5 years ago, there is a growing early stage investor base here, and it is continuing to grow. I feel like every month I'm learning of a new outfit who's not only sniffing around here, but putting a sign out in some office space here. So some good indicators on the capital side as well. And to some degree within that, even talking about risk capital, LA is an enormous reservoir of family office money, and it had always been risky money, but really in real estate and entertainment and things that don't have the word science attached to it, that's starting to change a little too. There's more individuals and family offices who are also interested in meeting really cool, charismatic entrepreneurs and learning more about the future of science. Good indicator. And then a little more ephemerally, I think the coordination and the enthusiasm factor is starting to grow. More events, more people coming together. BioLA is a representation of that. We've got an emerging sort of blue ribbon board of directors of folks who normally see themselves as competitors who are now coming together, taking their institutional hat off and saying, what does the overall ecosystem need? What are the gaps here that we can plug to make everyone do better? And I don't think that was there before. And there's more conversation about how, as LA and together, we do stuff, which is harder to measure, but I'm feeling it on almost a daily basis with individuals and executives and investors with quite a bit of heft, saying, I think we're long LA, as one of our investor friends likes to say.
Yes, the long LA hashtag for those of you that are in the entrepreneurship space. And investors do connect on Twitter quite a bit. It's a big, from 2013 to now, I'll just add really quickly, I was at General Assembly and have seen the skyrocket number of events, first of all, just in technology. The fact that this is happening in the biotech space as well. And then just in the last 2 years, how many investors from San Francisco and Los Angeles, and that bridge is now getting stronger between investors and sharing deals, and how a lot of investors in San Francisco do have homes in LA and love the weather in LA, and say, how can we invest in this community a bit more in all of these emerging spaces, including biotech?
I was going to say really quick, I mean, because I don't mean no disrespect intended. BCLA probably was founded about 5 years ago, and I wonder what the size of this crowd or the enthusiasm for biotech would have been 5 years ago compared to today.
So Anna, as on the other side, looking for funding, right? What have you found in the, in your journey of being an entrepreneur
Yeah.
in this space? And
I'm so excited to listen to Daniel. I'm like soaking it up because this is how it is on that side. I mean, I'm seeing very similar things on this side. So the company was founded almost 3 years ago in Mountain View, and the original idea was, of course, we're staying up there. Like, why would any company, especially in life sciences, pick up from the epicenter of investing, the epicenter of hiring, and move back down here? Well, 3 months later, I couldn't wait to get out, to be honest. And the reason was, well, it's incredibly expensive. We really couldn't find a place. I mean, BasePos for the first 18 months, the lab was in my garage. And even a place where you have a garage that is large enough where you can set up a bench and do experiments, like that's how crazy things have gotten up there. So we really couldn't wait to come down here. And when we came down here, I mean, I have to thank BCLA for, I found my original co-founder left the company. I found my new co-founder in an event like this 2 years ago. This is what's happening now in Los Angeles. This is the high level view. I'm giving you like the walking on the floors and meeting people view. I met my co-founder to a point of family offices. We have 2 large checks from family offices of folks that are from Los Angeles from events like this. So there are now events where a startup can come in and hustle and meet and shake hands and actually create that kind of funding atmosphere. I mean, we talk about funding all the time. 2 years ago, I was crying, saying, oh, there's no funding in Los Angeles. So now looking at, BasePos has raised a couple $1 million. We've raised most of it from LA. And it's happening very, very quickly. Like in the last year, I feel like the events have gotten bigger, the people connections have gotten bigger. Hiring, so we sit at a very lovely lab space right now in the Lundquist Institute. And if you guys haven't been, there's a new lab space there. I don't know if you guys have met the new space that's coming up. Biolabs is incredible. I mean, like 2 years ago, that wasn't there. 2 years ago, I was going to Pasadena and kind of peeking through and seeing, like all of a sudden there's all of these new spaces that are coming out. This is how fast things are happening. I mean, months, years, 18 months, and things are different.
No, there's absolutely a striking difference on the space, on the money side, entrepreneurs and organizations just supporting the ability to come together. And you mentioned it, Brian, shared learning is really key, not just for investors, but for entrepreneurs, for advisors. How do we better support each other and grow? And I find that Los Angeles is, that's one of our strengths. So speaking of strengths and playing to our strengths, we can kind of do a live, anyone who's business in here, live SWOT analysis. So strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities, right? So you spoke about some of Los Angeles' strengths. The diversity, Daniel, is huge because when you're talking about testing in any capacity, whether it's an app, hardware, biospace, you have to have, it needs to cover every shape, form, size, experience, cognitive, all of the above. So what are other strengths that you're seeing that we need to leverage more of that will, address some of the weaknesses, and whether that's addressing them in the same sentence or, separating them out?
So I think Daniel will probably echo this, but I think it's also the visibility, elevating the visibility of what we're already doing. I think a lot of people just don't know what's going on in the space. I think having that clear conduit, so when you think of other established ecosystems, you kind of know the channel in which to plug into. Like the Bay Area, you're on Sand Hill Road and you're bumping into all the investors, and then you're inadvertently bumping into all the startups trying to raise money from those investors. So it's a good conduit to go to. But in LA, where do you go to? Do you go to Pasadena? Do you go to downtown? Do you go to Santa Monica? Where do you go? Why? Who's there? I don't know. Is there a website?
No list
right.
To see where they are.
Does anybody use the Yellow Pages? Yeah. No, because it's not there. So I think for us, it's the benefit of the community building. I think we're all in this to support the ecosystem. So the incubators got together in May of this year, as well as some other industry partners, to really talk about how we do this. And I think that's continued to blossom. So I think sharing those resources, sharing that understanding, because at a certain point, the incubators are going to start to grow, and we need to specialize so we can better support those companies. But the only way we can specialize is knowing what the other people are doing. And that's also beneficial because I'm not wasting a bunch of money trying to cover everything. And so I think there's benefits for each of these groups, from investors, incubators, researchers, to entrepreneurs, to continuing to work together to benefit the whole, right? It's not a zero-sum game. There's a lot of investors out there. But if we can elevate that visibility of all these startups, we're attracting more investors because of that. We're attracting smarter money because of that. We're driving more resources to the ecosystem. So for me, that's kind of one of the strengths, is that because we're open to working together, we're starting to build that. One of the weaknesses, our visibility, but because we're working together, I think we're going to address that. So I think there's a lot of progress to start to mitigate some of those shortcomings that we have. But again, I think the capital is a strong sign. I think the fact that the region is, we always need more. And again, it's funny that I say that capital and life science is readily available, but we have companies constantly struggling to raise money, doing hundreds of pitches to hundreds of different investors. So don't think that it's easy money now, but there is money there. It's just finding it. And again, that's the trick. But I think the county and the region putting in money, putting initiatives to this, putting policies in place eventually, hopefully, to support this ecosystem, those are big testaments. Those are long-term policies. You know, the government isn't the fastest, but by putting that in, it's an incentive and a trigger, I think, to the broader ecosystem that this is a long-term commitment that attracts investors, that attracts companies to put their big headquarters here. So we're starting to see interest in that. But yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of progress in this space.
I want to add one that's like my favorite plus about Los Angeles. I have hired some of the best people that I know I would have never been able to hire in San Francisco and Boston, because there's not a lot of startups. So if smart people from Los Angeles want to work in a startup in life sciences, there aren't a lot until you guys do your own. So I get to really pick some of the smartest, the coolest people, and the salaries aren't as high as they are in San Francisco. So hiring has just been really, I don't want to say easy. Hiring is never easy, but I'm not struggling as much. And there's a lot of folks here that want to work for a startup, and aren't many of us here yet.
What are some resources, right? So if we have some job hunters in the room and students.
Yeah, we're hiring. So come talk to me.
Plug.
Yes, we're hiring. So BasePause is hiring. We're always looking for bioinformaticians, for tech folks, and for life science wet lab bench folks. So come talk. Yeah.
Brian and Dan, are there some favorite resources, maybe hidden gems that people might not know about in this area for whether learning,
exactly.
job hunting?
I'm going to defer to the folks to my right on sort of tactically what's there today, but I'd like to maybe talk a little about what we're building for tomorrow, which I think is important. I would echo what's been happening here. So some of those strategic advantages are space. Just comparing it to the Bay, space is cheaper and sometimes better here. Engineers and talent are equal or better here and substantially less expensive than the Bay. So it's a good time actually for a founder who knows what they want to be in LA, and we're anecdotally seeing a decent amount of migration from what I'll call higher. I can't believe I'm saying LA is a lower cost environment, but from higher cost environments down here, we do see that happening. The problem, what's going on with the resources, is making sure that early stage companies and quite frankly investors and partners have what they need, and that information is easily accessible here, because it's not. If you go on your phone and Google life sciences Los Angeles right now, garbage is going to quite frankly show up, and it's not helpful to someone who may have 48 hours to be in LA and solve a bunch of problems. And so so assets from the area are coming together, and we're looking to create that visitor center that you wouldn't go to Disneyland without a map and try and figure out where you're going. That we have a version of that here. There's a lot of good stuff. It's very hard to find, very hard to access, from incubating space, even though we've got some incredible ones even here in the room, to our investor community, to a common events platform. Mm-hmm. None of that exists. So I would say not today, but rest assured, BioLA and other partners are building that one-stop shop. Not to monetize it, it will be sort of just a common platform where anyone can go, click and get to the right people. So what are the incubators and space options? How do I find them, and what's a quick link to that person's contact information? Yeah. That'll be there. So that plug and play information hub is on its way. Be patient, but we're collecting a lot of information there. I don't know what's there today other than gumshoe detective work, quite frankly. That's more internally. externally, and Brian referenced this as well, we're not telling our story well as Los Angeles and outside. And there are also, rest assured, people who are talking right now about what is LA's tagline? What are, at a national and international level, what are our competitive advantages that aren't just duplicative of other hubs, but well above and beyond and competitive advantages and strengths that we have? And then how do we build a national and international branding and marketing campaign around that? So those conversations are happening soon, or happening right now, and folks are coming together. It's very hard for a region that has a lot of strong silos. I mean, UCLA is an ecosystem unto itself, but so is City of Hope, and so is Cedars-Sinai, and so is Keck, and so there's like bringing folks together and saying, this is what we do well. This is science that we have going on that's so much better than anywhere else, and these are competitive advantages to the area, and then telling that story. Yeah. That's happening as well. I would say one place where you'll start seeing some showcasing of that at the Bio 2020 conference in San Diego. For the first time, Los Angeles is showing up in a very strong way, and we're going to bring all our partners to come down and showcase what they have going on. So you will see that there, and I hope before too long, when Bio shows up back in on the West Coast, that we'll actually have it here in Los Angeles at some point.
Very cool. No, I love that. Just on the global front, as you mentioned, Los Angeles is a place of storytelling, right? And how do we further unite our strength in the storytelling side and connect, those storytellers, content creators, to what scientists are doing and all the innovative changes happening? And we were just having Daniel and I a conversation earlier, really quickly on resources for job hunters. So AngelList, Built in LA, Crunchbase. So look up, they might not have biotech per se, but look up health tech. And there's some incredible startups that have listed jobs. You can see what kind of work they're doing and also apply whatever superpowers you have on the engineering front or whatnot, and apply it in a startup space. And like she said, LA. Yeah, LA is definitely.
Yeah, and then one thing also on the way, but is very definitively being talked about right now that might be relevant to this group that we don't have. We see it as a gap, and we're trying to decide if we want to do it. Is running a BioLA funded internship program between graduates or young professionals and startup companies, because we see the appetite for individuals to get into the space and get that first job and get some exposure. And we know startups don't necessarily have the payroll to make that happen, but we have, not everyone can go work at Amgen on day one, right? And so at the end of the day, let's get those folks into jobs, helping founders and getting a taste of this and seeing where they're at, getting that exposure at a minimum. And if they really like it, maybe they stick around and they're an early, this worked in Boston very well in the early days, it's very well regarded as a point of connectivity between labor and the startup community. It's one of the things we're looking at.
We've actually used UCLA and USC as hubs for finding interns. That has worked pretty well for us for the last 2 years. They are siloed, they are ecosystems, but they're very, very good. And obviously this is some of the best and the brightest are coming out of these two universities in Los Angeles. So I think you gotta start there. You gotta start with those universities. They already have interns and they have groups of interns. And so we've just found ways through personal connections to plug in and found interns that way.
Mm-hmm. I also have to encourage, when the talent is equally distributed, opportunity isn't. Our sister program at BCLA helps to connect underserved community college and high school students to jobs in tech. So for those that are hiring, yes, USC, yes, UCLA, but also yes, community colleges. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of stereotypes around that, but there is some incredible talent all across Los Angeles.
The other thing I would mention is reach out to the incubators. We get a ton of requests from our companies for staff, employees. Where do we go? How much do we pay them? All these questions. And so if you're interested, we deal with a good number of companies, and Gary and I think all the other incubators do too. So it's kind of a good conduit to get a high level spec on who's looking for what. But again, I think there's some startups out there looking for employees. So if you're looking for a job, start networking, come to these events, come to other events, go to BCLA Exchange's events, just meet people, because that's where you're going to find those opportunities. And also, you want to know who you're getting involved with on the startup side. So it's good for you to network with those companies instead of blindly applying, because it could be great or it could be a nightmare.
And I would say don't underestimate, Los Angeles is a very much in-person city in terms of connecting and networking face-to-face, but there is so much power into connecting. All of you know we're connected on social media. So don't hesitate to reach out to people on Twitter. Don't hesitate to reach out to people on LinkedIn. You would be shocked. CEO, founders, big investors will respond.
Yeah.
Don't be open-ended, right? Be very clear on what your ask is. But
I want to comment to that. So our very first advisor is the former founder of Dog Vacay. You guys know what Dog Vacay is? It's an LA-born kind of big success story. They sold for $100 million to Rover. So it was a cold email through LinkedIn. I mean, baseball is this year was on Shark Tank. We went through the whole Shark Tank thing, got on the show, had a massive success. That was a cold email through someone on LinkedIn who was affiliated. So don't be afraid at all to put your name out there, and especially through LinkedIn. Until we have Daniel building these ecosystems for us that are centered for Los Angeles. It's all piecemeal now, and LinkedIn is a really good part of it. I mean, some of the best things that have ever happened for us as baseballs came out of hustling on LinkedIn.
And Anna, you mentioned something too that I love, that Los Angeles, I think, is unique. Yes, you can go to San Francisco, because I lived there as well and worked for 8 tech companies in a short amount of time. But
wow.
You can go there and meet, founders and very quickly. But here in LA, you can be at a coffee shop in Venice or in Pasadena and then be standing in front of an investor. And I think that's kind of the beauty of this serendipitous part of Los Angeles, because we're so spread out. And yes, it's one of our, geographically is a challenge, right? How do we get more connected? But it is true when you're out there and talking about maybe whether you're an entrepreneur or you're job hunting for something specific. I can tell you so many stories of entrepreneurs in our portfolio that have found investors on Meetup or just something very random, doing an activity that they love, surfing. So that is very Southern California.
I mean, thank you, BCLA. 2 years ago, I came to an event like this and found my co-founder. I mean, and the company, again, would have definitely failed 10 times over if it wasn't for him. So it is all about these types of events. And I think if you drive for 45 minutes to get there, you're so excited to finally be here. You're going to be making this time worthy of the drive.
So we're in Los Angeles again, media, content. One of my favorite stories is using VR to help paraplegics walk again. So there's a lot of that's one of my favorite articles I read. It was a few years back, and there were studies of how much progress they were making. So how do we get over these humps and challenges? Hopefully we've convinced you to stay in Los Angeles, but keep our talent in LA, right? There's a long LA mentality that's very much an investor term. How do we continue to foster that, right? I mean, yes, we have the incubators, yes, we have the accelerators, yes, we can collaborate and talk and go to events, but what are other very, for those of us that are here, to stay more connected and encourage keeping talent here and also finding good talent here?
So, I mean, I think it's a storytelling piece that you mentioned. I think from the research side as well, academics are starting to better understand how to tell their story in not like an hour-and-a-half presentation. I think that translation is really helping other people know from different sectors what you're doing. And I think that's the exciting point, is bringing in the traditional entertainment ecosystem in LA into the life science side. And that transition is going to be very exciting from a visibility perspective, because that's going to keep people in the area. It's going to give new jobs to people or repurpose jobs from others. And so I think that's an exciting opportunity, and also help, again, with the storytelling piece and visibility.
I would say, do we have any students in the room who also love social media? Right?
No.
Covering events like this. Anyone in the room who loves social media, covering events like this, right? Sharing what you're working on. The scientist in the room, a little bit of a nerd in those situations, just finding those marketing people to help you share that story, right? That's when there's so much incubation happening in the university, right?
You mentioned meetups. So also, I'm a huge fan of meetups. We run a PetTech LA meetup once a quarter. Hugely valuable. And if you don't go to meetups, I think this is probably one of the best things you can do as a startup, or if you're looking to join a startup, or if you're interested just being outside of the lab. I mean, I bring my lab folks with me because I feel bad for them that they're just constantly, behind closed doors, to closed doors. And this is just a great way to meet a lot of people. We've found investors that way. We found PR that way. We got on Built LA. by the way, BasePause is on Wired this morning, also from someone that I just randomly linked up, wrote on LinkedIn. So, but back to meetups. One of my favorite platforms is in Los Angeles is meetups. There's tons of them. There's life sciences ones, there's tech ones, like we mentioned. It's a very fluid. There's really a gray area of what is what. So go to them, and honestly, some of the best connections I've had.
To media, I find it incredibly ironic that we are the content and media capital of the world, and we seem not to be telling our story well in life sciences. But that also gives me great hope that this is actually eminently solvable, right? That there, with probably not too much legwork, will be producers and writers starting to talk about some of the incredible discoveries and incredible entrepreneurs here, because it's like muscle memory here, right? And so I'm optimistic for the future, but today there is that gap.
Do
We're
you
not
know anyone that does it well?
I mean, I have not met anyone who says they do it poorly, but I mean, it's a question of that community is here, and I'd like to see some folks get involved in telling that story. Sort of the entrepreneurial and scientific part is like, we'll create the content. Make sure that are people aware. I had to pick up a National Geographic to know that like Cedars-Sinai was putting, I can't remember what, on a chip, and it was like at the front cover of National Geographic. Like, oh, that's cool, but we didn't get that story out. We didn't sort of tell that. So I'm hopeful that we will solve that a little bit more going forward. Another one I'll put in a bit of a quick shameless pitch is that, so he says up there that I'm the interim CEO, which is correct. We are right now at BioLA just kicked off a national CEO search for this position, because we're going to find someone incredibly more shiny, eloquent, and accomplished than myself to run this organization. I was here to launch it. And we haven't even put that word out yet. I mean, our executive search firm is doing what they do, but this is our community. These are our people. And so one commitment I have out of this is to make sure that that job description goes out to this network at BCLA, and I encourage you guys to publicize it broadly to folks internationally who are exceptional champions for entrepreneurship, who speak ecosystem, and can hold their own at a community college and in a boardroom and everything in between, and has that gift of gab.
What's the best way to get a hold of you for that? So for those in the room who could tell their friends or colleagues?
So I will talk to anyone, give context, but our search firm is Bench International, and they are fielding everything. Everything's going to run through them. The funnel's going to run through them. But we need to get that push out for the job description, so you do that, and I will make a point of making sure that happens on social media this week.
Thank you. No, that's helpful to know. Yeah. Some people that actually I do think are doing the content creation and science and tech well, Not Impossible Labs. Has anyone heard of them? I love it. Okay, Not Impossible. What are they?
Specifically, I can't tell you, but
high level.
But if one of their major innovations recently was having deaf people experience music through a vibration, anklet, bracelet, and vest.
Were you at the awards?
No, I was at Scale LA's
Perfect.
thing.
Yeah. Mick, their founder, I was at the awards, but they're very much in this space, and he's a content creator and makes movies and documentaries, and also LA loves their awards. So
you know, PR is expensive, and if LA has a PR problem, how do we solve it without putting so much money into making videos? I mean, this is what a startup struggles with all the time. How do we get our name out there without paying a single cent for it? You know, LA seems to have a very similar problem, but good thing that there's so many creative people out here. And it will take all of us to get the word out, even starting with tweeting and sharing that this event is going on. This is a really good way for us to all let all of our friends know how big the ecosystem is.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to, you really touched on several different pieces that if we link them together, make a lot of sense. So you reach out to people on LinkedIn, said, this is what BasePause is, and all of a sudden you're on Shark Tank, right? I think similarly for us, communicate those successes. Everything that you're doing, I don't know about. We don't know what's going on the ground level. So it's really up to you to let us know, because we don't know what you know and you don't know what we know, and the benefit is let's talk about it. And I think through these events, this is how we do this, through social media, through email. I know it's boring and it's better than fax, but those conduits, telling your story is helpful. As someone looking for a job to entrepreneurs trying to seek people for a job, you need to tell that story. You need to get people excited about your company. You also need to get people excited about you as an employee. And so we don't know about all those successes. So if you can communicate that to anybody, just tell people, because that's a conversation. Have a conversation. I think that's how we're going to get a lot of this going from the groundwork. But yeah, there's a lot of infrastructure that's going to cost a buttload of money. And that will come as we start to raise that visibility, because we'll see so many opportunities that people will pay to cover that.
I'm getting the signal for Q&A. Is that right, ladies?
Yeah. So before
right.
starting, actually, we're talking about social media. We have a hashtag for the summit today. So BCLA Summit 2019. So please, like, post using the hashtag. So take a
Hashtag
village,
BCLA
yeah.
Summit 2019 or just, okay.
2019. So I think we have time for 3 or 4 questions. So we have one here.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
First of all, thank you for sharing all your information, your personal stories, and great moderating. Only because you brought up the issue of media, having a firm that specializes in promoting engineers and high-profile doctors, if you're getting funding, and if anyone feels differently, they can correct me, you should be getting a portion that's for your marketing. Marketing should be between 3 to 5% of your gross revenues. So if you're going to spend it on some sort of marketing, PR traditionally is less expensive than advertising because it comes with a risk. That said, who should I speak to about getting you guys in the media? These stories can get out there. You need a good PR firm that can capture the attention of the right media and social media outlets. Mm-hmm. So who should I come up there at the end and harass?
Any of
come
us.
to me.
Yeah,
All right.
any of us.
Thank you again.
Yeah, and I would say when I talked about the notion of trying to create this hub website to find resources, maybe I sort of indicate, oh, we have incubating infrastructure or spaces, and there might be capital, and there might be CROs and certain infrastructure. It would be great if on there was also a batch of supporting firms that did media and marketing placement and in that space. And so you could see that being a place of connection.
But also, I think you mentioned something as well that's important on educating people on the budget, of making sure that the budget does include marketing and the value of the marketing, right? It's the value of sharing the story to bring awareness not only to who you are and what you're building, but also to get more money. So, you know, the more money in investors, like you said, you need to identify, is it med tech? Is it biotech? And then an investor will latch on to that word, and then, you know.
Some of the most successful PR we've done is with local newspapers. So we're part of the South Bay ecosystem. We've pitched them lots of stories. We got 2 big hits over the last 2 years. It's a great way of getting your name out there. Small newspapers, local news.
First of all, thank you for your talk and your insights. It's really very useful and very helpful to me. My question is that I'm seeing a lot of efforts within LA, the greater Los Angeles area, to recruit talent, but I'm not seeing any of those efforts extend into the Inland Empire. So Kat, when you mentioned, keep the talent in LA, my fear is that it's going to stay literally just within LA. As a UCR student, I don't see any efforts out there to recruit and get that ecosystem going. It seems like if you want to start a company there, you have to move to LA or San Diego or San Francisco. So my question is, well, I guess twofold. What are your organizations doing to get that ecosystem going out there? And what, as an entrepreneur, can I do to foster that ecosystem and keep biotech growing in the Inland Empire?
Move to LA? No. Sorry. So we're actually working with UCR. They're opening an incubator space there. They're opening a fund too. So they're doing a lot of work to really set that groundwork. It takes time. Unfortunately, raising money for a university also takes time, like a startup. But there's definitely opportunity there. I think for us in the academic space, leveraging all the ecosystem, because everywhere is a long-ass commute, whether it's 5 miles or 50 miles. And I think having that opportunity to see what's going on there's definitely a different diverse application of technologies being developed at UCR than here, than at UCS, UC Davis, than, and all those other universities. So for us to leverage that, it's an opportunity for us to highlight the breadth of the portfolio, the strength of the stuff going on in the region, attract industry and attract investors. So that's good. And again, being in the network, just because, you're in the Inland Empire doesn't mean you can't cross those bridges. And I think that's the opportunity, is when you cross that bridge, you also potentially bring stuff back with you. And that's, again, having that conduit, plugging back and forth is great. But I think the community. So it's our job as operators for startup support resources to be integrated. And so, yeah, I definitely think that there's a lot of growth there, but there is a lot of work that's going on. Yeah.
And I would also say Bixel Exchange is a small business development center. And so we're one of 9 in the greater LA region that covers Ventura and just the spans. There is an SBDC in the Riverside. And so I think what you're talking about too on the early stages, it takes time to build an ecosystem, to build a community, to have the investors, the startups, the universities, the people all coalesce to support each other. But you're clearly passionate about it. So I think a huge part of it is facilitating. When in 2013, I met a lot of the organizers for a lot of meetups, like head of CTO, and there were only 1 or 2 CTO meetups in Los Angeles. And at the time, there were 4 or 5 tech events that 200 people were going to in 2013. Now there's too many to even count. So you'll see that growth over the years, but it takes an organization, it takes several community leaders to step up and say, how can we further foster this and be a community builder?
I just want to say I really appreciate your question, because the model that we're looking at for the ecosystem in greater Los Angeles, and I almost want to right now throw out the word Los Angeles because that's not actually accurate. It's just kind of like bioscience. We're just sort of using it right now. Does not involve a single hub model. This is not, we're not trying to create Torrey Pines or Kendall Square or something like that. We firmly believe that this region has somewhere between 6 and 18, depending on how you count it, genuine research hubs with innovation happening in them that merit substantial development of their ecosystem. And whereas there will be some physical travel between them, the ecosystem, as we're talking about, the hub is really a network. It's a coordination of information and relationships through technology or other means to do so. We see a hub sitting out in the Inland Empire and in the Claremont and Riverside area. We have not properly engaged that yet. Part of what I'm trying to do in building out a strong board is making sure that not only do I have C-suite executives, but I also have diversity in where those executives are from. So my first 2 are from downtown LA and Thousand Oaks. But we have since added Pasadena. We have since added the South Bay. So at the end of the day, when we get into that room and talk about how we're going to invest in the ecosystem, it's not my side and your side. You're talking in a more regional sense. And definitely would not call out anyone in the front row, but we're still seeking an Eastern County hub, someone to really speak that voice and advocate for that. And we're deliberately looking for something like that. I'm getting a thumbs up. I would also say, just because I have the mic for a quick more second, we don't see LA County as anything more than a political jurisdiction. At the end of the day, and entrepreneurs and investors do not see political jurisdictions, right? They see deals and opportunities. So at the end of the day, we see, whereas rhetorically we're BioLA, even in BioLA 2.0, which is not too far away, we see that running from Santa Barbara to Orange County and ideally east to Riverside. And then over the long haul, we actually see an ecosystem that is the Southern California ecosystem that is a bookend to the Bay Area ecosystem and becomes the most dominant pair of innovation hubs, quite frankly, in the world. And that's where we're aiming for down the road. That takes a lot of smaller conversations to get there, but ultimately that's the vision of what we're shooting for.
And I would just say to Daniel's point about, I specifically did not mention Silicon Beach because I don't like the term. It's under the Silicon Valley.
Thank God. I am
Right?
not a fan.
Not a fan. But LA Tech is kind of the evolution of that. But when I think of LA, I've been in Los Angeles now for 7 years, but I don't think of, I do actually encompass, in my head I'm encompassing that larger region. I think we should define it, and you're right, it should be a Southern California, right? Tech scene.
I mean, even when we're talking about the diversity of what's here, what's going on, the exceptional drug development in San Diego versus the exceptional medical device clusters that are in Orange County, whereas what's going on in coastal LA around tech, these are all strengths. Why would we say my side, your side, instead of pulling this all together and supporting it all? There's a ton. If you were to draw a line, I'm sorry, I'm gonna ramble, so then I'm done, I swear. If you were to draw a line through the state of California with half the population above it and half the population below it, that line runs through the San Fernando Valley. Like, there are plenty of people here right now, and there's plenty of good stuff. Our issue is coordination and playing well in the sandbox and mutually reinforcing each other.
Information.
And information sharing.
That we don't have.
Yeah. Well, because when we're in real estate and entertainment businesses, much of our business is about hiding that information, and so there's some cultural sort of things we have to get over here if we're generally going to become that innovation hub that I think we can be.
You know, I just want to make a quick point. So as you're telling me right now that San Diego is good at this and Orange County is good at this, I can't even imagine a single case study or story that matches to that. Like, that's how little we know about ourselves, that I don't even have a success story that in my mind right now I can think of when you're saying medical devices in Orange County. And apparently, like you're saying, it's a massive thing that they're doing there.
It's very impressive, yes.
But we don't know about it.
No, I agree. And then there's some people say, we're Orange County, we're not LA, and some people say, LA, we're not Orange County. At the end of the day, like, it's SoCal life sciences ecosystem, and that's what we're really working towards.
Hey, hello. I heard a couple things that got me really excited here. I'm an entrepreneur, not for very long yet, and I just handed in my first grant on Wednesday. I had 18
Congratulations.
minutes.
Oh.
The screen was flashing red.
Plenty of time, 18 minutes?
I know, yes. I could have fed my cat and all those good things, I know. But it's usually not how I like to do things, and it was tremendously irritating to me. I'm German. I plan in decades, generally. So one of the things that made it a little difficult was I was looking for incubator space. And that sounded, you know, and when you start your journey, you're like, oh my God, I'm going to look for incubator space. How cool is that, right? And then when the reality sets in, it's like, it ain't cool at all. Because it's not like you're shopping for new shoes. You need all these things that the incubator space has to, and you think it's all online, and it is not. And then you go there, and it's a, you know. So, and every incubator has their things that they're good at, and then they're not. It's kind of like in a marriage, it really has to match. And it was tremendously difficult because I needed some specifics. I needed to be able to draw blood on site because I can't use the stuff that they ship out. A lot of places don't allow that. I needed a specific flow cytometer. A lot of places don't even have one, and sometimes they have one, but it's not the bestest model because, you know. So a list that is a bit more comprehensive, and for them to focus. You know, some of them have like HPLC machines through the wazoo, but they don't have a single flow cytometer. Great, but then I need to kind of, you know, if I understand that, okay, these guys are really good at protein chemistry. That's not where I want to be. It's good for them, but that's not my incubator. And then maybe, you know, so if they have blood draw on site, the capability, maybe they want to buy more than one flow cytometer, but then also buy good ones, you know, not the cheapest ones.
Yeah.
So like those specifications, and with a list that someone can look up, so I don't have to find the 482, maybe with a map, like those old-fashioned things that are regions, and they have dots on them, the different, you know, oh my God, you know, that would be just, because for me, I'm in a constant state of overwhelm since I started that. I don't actually expect that to go away ever.
Did you find the lab space?
I actually dropped that whole portion out of my grant because it's just, I'm going to just do customer discovery, and so I just can't handle it at this point.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was necessary for this first stage.
It is definitely a challenge. I think the one thing that we've tried to do is better connect the incubators. So if you can start with one, you'll probably get to the rest. And so I think the benefit for us is again, sharing those resources. But to your question about the equipment, we're also like startups. I have no budget, and I have to raise money from selling space to someone, but we also want to make sure that space is going to be valuable to that person, and we're going to be able to help them. So for us, we have to look at that and then invest in equipment. But we get a diverse number of companies because there's not a critical mass for us to specialize yet. But I think we're getting there, and then also we try to point companies in the direction where they can get those resources. So part of our job is to also be treasure hunters or garbage divers, depending on how you look at it. But to look at where those resources are, how we can leverage secondhand equipment, how we can leverage other assets that we may not have directly in our immediate grasp, but ancillary to our space. And I think, you know, Biolabs and Bixel, I think we're also all entrepreneurs at heart. And so that's what we try to take into our operations and look at how we can help our companies find those similar resources. If money wasn't an object, yeah, we would have all the shiniest things, but that's not the option. And then, yeah, the space is tricky. But if you start with one of the incubators, we're all pretty well networked and humble enough to say, that's out of our wheelhouse, you should talk to this person, or hey, just so you know, there's other incubators. We typically recommend other spaces to our companies as they apply here. Hey, did you check out this place? Did you check out that? Because at the end of the day, we want them to be happy with where they are, not feel trapped. And that's kind of the benefit for how we've started to build the ecosystem here is we share those opportunities with other incubators, because if you go somewhere else, that's fine, just be successful. That's really all we kind of want at the end of the day. Because I don't get money from you, I don't get equity, I don't get any, we're not taking anything. We want you to succeed and grow, and then sure, maybe if you're rich enough, come back and give us some money, that's great. But the idea is really to build the ecosystem. So I'm sorry to hear that was a struggle, but congrats on submitting the grant. That's a huge step in the right direction, and we're happy to help, moving forward. Grab me if you want to talk more.
I would also just add really quickly, crowdsource. So I just don't underestimate putting up, hi, I'm looking for this space that has these 5 things. Post it on LinkedIn, I don't post it on Facebook, post it on all the channels, because you just never know. And in addition to that, reaching out to people who are in that space, so whether they're investors, people on this panel, other entrepreneurs who have struggled,
I've hustled the same way that you've hustled. I went to you 2 years ago before you guys had your model. Like, how did I even end up meeting you? I don't even, we had nothing that we're gonna bring, we hustled. Everyone right now, when they're looking for space, has to do what you're doing. So you're not doing it wrong.
I'll tell you even your keynote, Basil, who's extraordinary, has $1 billion market cap company now, struggled because there was zero ecosystem when he was trying to figure that out. And hopefully he commented on some of that stuff. He's been around a while. Gary, I'm going to just pick on you for a second to come up and just talk for a second about how you're coordinating a number of the incubators to come together around common information and common purpose, because this is one of the places where I think we can get better and we can put that information out.
After Gary, we have just time for a quick question and quick answer.
And I'll talk really, really fast. I'm Scott. I'm sorry. Oh, you can do it.
Yeah, so basically what we're trying to do, and Brian alluded to this earlier, is, and I said earlier, it takes a network, it takes a village, and without us talking to each other, regardless of whether we're competitive or we have the same goal in mind, we need to be connected, and we need to have those things out there so people can go to a map and say, I need this, oh, here are my 10 options, what fits best for me as an entrepreneur? Because we can't tell you that. We can tell you what we can provide, and we can help you try to find things, but ultimately you have to make that decision. And if those resources aren't there, if those things aren't there, then you're going to go somewhere else. And we want you to stay here. That's the goal. And so we've met once, as Brian said, as a networking group. We're trying to collect those metrics on who all 10 of us are. And then hopefully by the time BioLA goes into phase 2, we can put that up there on a website so it will be available to the public. And
there's 10 incubators in Los Angeles?
There's more than that.
More
than that.
IndieBio, where are you at? We need you down here. There we go.
IndieBio is in Los Angeles?
Not yet.
Not yet. Tackle them.
Maybe next week.
Very cool, very cool.
Yeah, last question.
Okay, my name's Scott Witt. I'm a biomedical engineer who studied marketing and entrepreneurship at the Anderson School, so anybody who's interested. I'm going to be running one of the sessions in the startup studio. So if you want to find out how innovation and marketing fit together to produce results, I'm a good person to talk to. I won't turn it into, I'll make my question a comment. We tend to focus on the success stories, but those tend to be very random. And if you listen really closely to Basil's story, he repeatedly rolled the dice and got a lot of 6s. But usually that doesn't happen. The patterns that are really important for you as entrepreneurs are to study the non-success stories or the kind of success stories, because those are the patterns that repeat, and that's what you can anticipate and learn from. So focus on that too.
Thank you again. I would like to thank again our panelists for the day. Just 2 quick announcements. We are serving lunch outside right now. We have a box for our mentors and panelists, so the kitchen is behind the huge TV outside, so find us there. And we will start the startup studios and the career development breakout section of 115 in the main lobby area, and the startup studio will be in the room behind the big TV. Thank you.
All right, let's start. I'm Hammond from BCLA. I'm the development lead. So for panel 2, we want to focus on the talent of LA's bioindustry. And a key problem that many of us face is to choose whether to work for startup or to work for corporate. They have very different cultures and ways of operations. So today we invited 5 panelists and moderators to discuss this problem with us. We have Pamela from ZS. We have Sam Alworth from Acura STEM. And we have Juan Espinoza from CHLA. We have Fernando Garces from Amgen. And in the end, we have our moderator, Helen McBride from Caltech. So, Helen.
So thank you. Are we on? So thank you very much for coming today. I know we're competing with the entrepreneur panel. So as Sam said, you're still indecisive. You haven't decided yet which way you want to go. So hopefully we can give you some information to help you make an informed decision. So to start off, I know the bios are online. We're in the program, as you probably have already read those. So if I can ask the panelists, starting with Sam, to just give a quick high level of what got you into the role that you're in now, what got you excited about it, and maybe one thing about you that might surprise the audience to know.
Great. So my name's Sam Alworth, and thanks to Hammond and BCLA for inviting me. So I'm a CEO at a local biotech startup working in neurodegeneration. First drug candidate will be for ALS. So what got me into my role is really, my prior work. My background's actually in computer science, and I got involved in a lot of collaborations with life scientists. So my co-founder is USC faculty Justin Ichida, and previously when he was doing his postdoc at Harvard, I was collaborators with scientists at Harvard that he was affiliated with, and we became friends. So I think the quality of the work that you do and opens doors for your future opportunities. So when Justin and our other co-founders were thinking of doing a startup, they invited me. And it was kind of like, well, who should be the CEO? We're not your normal startup. Another thing that you might not know about me is I've had a really unorthodox work experience, education. My undergraduate degree was in Chinese languages and literature and international studies.
Cool. Hi, I'm Pam, manager in ZS Associates in the LA office. So before my life as a consultant, I actually did my PhD in biochemistry at University of Alberta back in Canada. And kind of when I was going through that, towards the end, I was really struggling. I was like, this isn't what I want to do. It's not the right pace for me. I don't see this as being my future career. I'm not super excited about writing grants for the rest of my life. So then I started looking at different opportunities that were out there. And where I ended up was at Keck Graduate Institute. So KGI, they're actually sponsoring the event. So there I did a postdoctoral professional master's, the PPM program, for a year. And really what got me into that program, I was looking around at my different options. I didn't want to do law. I knew before I even did my PhD that I did not want to do medicine. And the business side of kind of the life sciences industry really seemed to be interesting to me. I'm like, I like the science, I like the topic, but I want to do something different, and I think the business might work. So that's what KGI was giving me. They had really great hiring stats when I was looking at things. It seemed less risky than doing a typical MBA, which was more expensive, and they seemed to have a really good network for me to use. And that's actually how I ended up at ZS as well, is there was somebody that used to go to KGI that was at ZS, and then, found out about ZS and applied and made it through the different rounds of interviews. And I've been there for 5 years now. And it's been a great experience. I've got to work with clients that are larger, clients that are smaller. And I guess one thing that people probably don't know about me that's a little fun is when I was actually at KGI, one of the fun things I got to do was be beer club president. So I really enjoyed that one.
Nice.
Okay, I think I'm going to start from the beginning. My name is Fernando Garces. I was born in Portugal, and at the age of 23, I joined a pharma company in Portugal. And I thought, wow, this is it. But it was kind of all of a sudden, it was like too soon to be it. And so I decided to open this Pandora box, and I went to Barcelona for a grad school. Where after Barcelona, I went to London for my first postdoc, and things went really well. And my supervisor came to me and said, well, Fernando, now you should start your own grant, your own lab. And I was like, oh, this feels like long-term commitment. And and London, you know, I started looking up to the sky. I was like, I cannot do this because it was too gloomy, like too depressing. Yeah. And so that brought me to San Diego, to Scripps in San Diego. And it was 10 minutes on the phone. I made my mind. I'm going to leave London. I'm coming to San Diego. And it was actually one of the best decisions in my life. Career-wise, was amazing. But then they offered me a faculty position. But again, like Pamela, I don't really want to spend much time writing grants. Yeah. And that's why I took the opportunity to come and work to Amgen. And the decision to come and work to Amgen was pretty much based on my hiring manager. You know, you don't really have much time to make a informed decision unless you have inside information. I didn't have that. So with that gut feeling, I decided to move away from a faculty position, come to private, and I went to Amgen in San Francisco. Mm-hmm. But then, 3 months after that, my boss was promoted to another position, but in Thousand Oaks. So less than a year after arriving to San Francisco, I was moving again, now to Thousand Oaks. And now it's been really rewarding in the sense that I'm doing what I like to do. I think I'm putting my skill set to work. And I don't really have to worry so much about getting that grant and that you really need to keep going. But of course, there's other challenges. But that's it.
Anything fun or unexpected?
Well, I can tell you one. So for the past 5 years or so, every time I go back to Portugal and I speak Portuguese with people that do not know me, they say this: "You speak well. Where are you from?"
Oh man, that's rough. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juan Espinoza. I am a pediatrician and attending physician at Children's Hospital Los Angeles, and I spend my entire life writing grants. But I like it. And I think that I've had a varied career. So before being in clinical medicine, I was a basic scientist at the NIH. I did a lot of I worked in immunotherapy in the early days of flow cytometry and chimeric molecules, siRNA, like back in the dark ages. And then eventually went to medical school, became a pediatrician. Now I'm about 20% clinical, and 80% of my time is research and actually technology development. So I think the reason I'm here today is that I'm also the director and principal investigator of CTIP, which is the Consortium for Technology and Innovation in Pediatrics. So we are an FDA-funded medtech accelerator program. So we have about a $6.5 million fund that we invest on behalf of the FDA. And so we work with a portfolio of about 70 plus startups. So I spend all day long talking to startups, making partnerships, helping them figure out the regulatory process, advising on the science, and helping them move forward. Academia is not one of the options on the panel today, but if you have questions about that, happy to talk about it too. The way that Pam described sort of the business of science being really interesting, I think the business of academia is really interesting, especially for people who come from a technical background, working in tech transfer, developing partnerships with industry and with startups. That's a lot of what I do on a day-to-day basis. So yeah, and my interesting fact is, like Sam, my undergraduate degree is actually in French, Italian, and comparative historical linguistics.
Nice. So thank you. That was really helpful to kind of kick us off and give some perspective. And as you can tell, we have a really diverse panel. But I think you also hear some themes. I think Hammond and the other organizers really took the time to build a group that really speaks to the full range of options, and hopefully can answer your questions at the end, which we would definitely want to make time for. But I guess to start off, let's flip it around. So there are a lot of times we talk about, we just talked about how we got to the current role, but what maybe are some misconceptions that people have that might hold them back from the particular roles that you have? So Sam, I guess we'll start with you. So going to a startup, what have you heard where people come and talk to you, at a networking event or looking for a position, and they're like, oh, I could never do a startup because X, Y, Z?
Gosh, I don't know. I can say, it's misconceptions about startups, though, I'm sure are rife. Startup world is pretty hardworking. You have to put in a long shift, hit your objectives, and so I guess a misconception might be that it's more fun than it is. You see all these tech startups and whatnot. So you want to see, is this a super well-funded startup that's in fast growth mode? So a Curistem is kind of post-seed, pre-Series A. I imagine we'll still be pretty lean and hardworking after the Series A. So, it's really a function. When you see those startups where they're having ping pong tables and all that, I think it's a real function of the job market, and those people are really hard to recruit, the software techies. And when I hear myself talking, I'm like, man, we should have more fun. But we have it's a lot of hard work at a Curistem.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Well, Pamela, you work with a lot of different companies. I mean, I know you work a lot with Amgen, but you work with a lot of different companies, and so you've seen kind of that spectrum. So from your perspective, kind of at an outside level looking in, what do you think are some of the differences, but also the similarities that you see between those working environments?
Yeah, I would say, the big difference when you have the large corporation versus startups or even mid-sized companies, when you're large, everybody has a set role. You do what you're doing. We're all one big group, but, it's more siloed. There's a lot of things going on. You don't have awareness into what the other person is doing in a different floor, on a different team. So it's really hard for people to connect across because everybody's really focused on their individual piece and getting that right. Now, if you're at a startup, we see our clients kind of wearing more hats and doing more things. They might have to sit there and, play a forecasting role, play the market research role, play, something else as well. They might have to look into the technologies and assess those. You just don't have as many resources. And, they might have to come up with other creative ways to do things. So it's a little more varied. But, they are more volatile. There's, bigger swings up and down. But a larger company, some ways it could be stable. Other ways, things change there too. So I think across both, you see great talent at both. They have the same problems and the same type of questions they're coming to us to try and help with. So we're helping with the same type of questions and the same issues. It's just differences in the cultures. And really, I think, if I was to work at one or one or the other, I would probably end up going more to the startup side because I like doing a variety of different things. But if you really want to specialize and get really great at one thing and that be your thing, then I would say a larger company would be a great place to go. Now, at a larger company as well, you could focus on one thing, but then also switch to different areas. I have clients all the time that are moving from one area to the next, and that's how they gain experience and keep it fresh within that company. If you're at a startup, there's not as many places to go, but you kind of get to do it all at once.
So Fernando, so how do you see working in a large company, how you get that breaking down the silos or opportunities? So not just changing roles, but maybe even inside your organization, opportunities to grow, develop, and have fun.
Did you say fun?
A little fun. It's fun helping patients.
That's very true. I think everyone has a different experience, right? And Amgen has a considerable size. We're like 7,000 people in TO. But my personal experience is kind of on the positive side, and I feel very lucky and rewarded in many ways. Of course, you always have some frustrations because sometimes you like to be faster in your actions, you like to be faster in execution of your projects, but because of the size of the company, and that's in contrast with a startup, you do have a different decision-making process, right? And so a lot of the time, I would say, it's spent outside and away from the bench. And actually, the time that is spent at the bench, it's in proportion, it's smaller than it should be, in my opinion. But you know, those experiences aside, you do have a lot of resources to actually to move on with a good drug that can actually get to people in a short period of time, right? Because we do have these fast tracks for some oncology programs, and in 4 or 5 years, you actually can see something working. And so that's very rewarding.
That's cool. So Juan, you see a lot of startups. So do you see any themes? I mean, because you also work with folks more on the bigger side, I would imagine, you know, more of the corporate partnerships too. So do you see any trends or themes in personality types or people who just, you know, is it really risk takers who go more to the startups, or do you really see a diversity of folks in both?
I think the majority of people that I see in startups are risk takers, right? People who are, there's a special kind of crazy that it takes to be an entrepreneur, right? Because you have to be confident enough to think that like everyone else is wrong and you have a better way of doing it, which again is not bad. It's just a special kind of crazy, and so that is the majority of the people that I see in the smaller group is people who are highly risk averse, but who are just so frustrated by the lack of an appropriate solution, they just sort of out of frustration became a startup. We see that a lot in medical devices. I can go on and on about sort of the inequities that exist in pediatric medical devices versus adult. You know, pediatrics lags behind adults by about 15 years, both in terms of technology and availability and access. So, you know, we also see in that space a lot of non-technical people entering. So parents, former patients, patient advocates who, again, sort of had a terrible experience or had a subpar experience, and if only there had been a better solution. So they're using their business skills or their engineering skills to then try to recruit scientists, engineers, technical team members to then put together, to build those solutions. I think there is more risk taking, not that our large corporates, our partners and individuals there don't take risks. I think there are different magnitudes, there are different calculations. You know, at my impression of working with our larger corporate partners is that most corporations, they design the wings and then they jump, and startups jump off the cliff and build their wings on the way down. And so it's a personal preference.
Yeah, I like that. So maybe one question, we'll start to take your questions because we know you have a lot. So, and I hear this a lot in our office is, you know, so I want to work at a startup, or I want to work at Amgen, or I want to work at an incubator. I want to work in one of these different things. I figured it out. This is what I want to do. But I don't know how to meet these people, or I don't know how to find these opportunities. So I guess if you guys could share, how do people find opportunities to come to your organizations and work with you?
Well, your network's real important, and you know, I think coming to an event like this and building out your network is very helpful. And you know, but we do put out job requests.
Okay.
So for principal scientists or RAs and all that.
Do those go just like through LinkedIn, or what kind of formats are those popping up in?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
Our other scientists are hiring our scientists. For me, you know, as we look to grow the team, it's entirely based on reputation and network for the very senior positions.
That makes sense. Pamela?
Sure. So with ZS, we are a little bit bigger. We're 6,000 people now, but that's globally. But I would say for us, definitely networking is helpful. You get to meet people. You know, we do have applications and things that are on LinkedIn or on our website. You know, I would say we're probably always recruiting at least one of the U.S. offices if you're willing to move. But really the best way, you can either apply directly online, or if you know somebody and reach out to them and use your network. And especially in consulting, I think that's always the best way. You probably want to talk to somebody and do maybe even an informational interview with them in advance, because I think consulting very, very driven by the people that work there. And do you fit with those people? There's consulting companies, they could have offered me anything and I would have said no. I don't want to work there. There's other places, ZS or other places as well, that I would be like, yeah, that sounds really interesting. I like the people I'm working with. I think the difference with consulting is just you're spending so much time working in teams together, and it really is about the people. Like, we're not selling a product. That's not what we're brought together to do. We're brought together because there's a great group of people that can help our clients and serve them with what problems they have.
Nice.
So in Amgen, there's a big turnover, right? We always have like new faces and old faces going away. But it's interesting because I was the hiring manager for 3 people recently, and the feedback from the HR department was actually, you know, we can use all these channels that we have always used to reach out to suitable candidates, but what is working now best is to use your own network in LinkedIn. And actually, that's the case. Actually, you're using a lot of LinkedIn to connect with the potential candidates and do the initial screening, because you know it's a real-time resume that you have there, and then we just take it from there.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think networking is super important. Using LinkedIn, I think every single person that I interact with on a day-to-day basis is on LinkedIn. If you're not on LinkedIn and if you haven't developed your profile, I highly encourage you to do that. We get requests all the time, both from startups who want to work with our accelerator program, as well as consultants who want to offer services, entrepreneurs who are looking for a technology that they can then take to market. That's actually one really interesting avenue, right? That you're really interested in the aspect of entrepreneurship. You don't necessarily have your own idea. You're looking for someone else's idea that you can help advance forward. There's always opportunities for that. At universities and academic medical centers are a great place to look for ideas. They're a little disjointed. You know, even USC, which CHLA is a part of, is, you know, probably has 4 or 5 different entrepreneurship and accelerator programs, and you know, I've been there for 10 years, and I just met the director of one of them last week. So it's sort of, even within our own little bubbles, we're not as well connected as we should be. So it's worth going to a lot of events, reaching out to people. By and large in academia, people are just amazed that you're interested in what they're doing. So if you cold email or message them on LinkedIn and say like, hey, I think your labs looks really cool, your company looks great, your program, do you have 15 minutes to talk? I'd love to learn more about it. You will almost unanimously get a yes. You know, we're all just like amazed that anybody cares what we do. So you should feel comfortable reaching out, because the answer is almost always yes. The other part that I think is interesting is as you're making decisions about where you want to be, one rubric that I think is helpful is if you think of a 2x2 table, and you think of technology on one side, right? So old technology, new technology, and markets on the other side, old market, new market, that creates sort of 4 variations of what kind of a risk you want to take. So a new technology for a new market is the riskiest thing possible, right? You don't know if it's going to work. It's kind of a crapshoot. An old technology for an old market that just requires a ton of resources, right? You're going to go out there and compete with Amgen,
Mhm.
and you're going to try to do what they do better, and like, good luck. The interesting places where maybe the risk is not so great and the opportunity is there is either taking a new technology and applying it to an old market, right? So disrupt an old market, or taking an old technology and applying it in a new market. So those are places where there's room to not necessarily take as much risk in the others or require as many resources, where you can still do something creative. So that, you know, as you're thinking about where you want to end up, you can kind of try to divide as you try to evaluate the companies or the opportunities, you can try to put them in that grid and see how that lines up with your own tolerance for risk.
Cool. Thank you. That's
Yeah.
that's really insightful. So we're going to take some questions from you guys. So if you have a question for a specific panelist, just direct it to that panelist. But hopefully you have some where a couple of them can weigh in. But do we have a microphone going around, or what's the protocol? Okay, we're getting a microphone, but if you are loud, you could stand up and just ask your question right now. Go for it.
Thanks, guys. Well, this is like a half-developed question. We'll see if we can complete the actual development of this question right now. So I guess, like, you know, I just want to say thank you for taking the time out to, you know, talk to us about these career paths. And for me personally, like, you know, I want to go into precision medicine. And oh my God, oh thanks. Hello, Gecko. Oh wow, excellent. So for the goal of approaching, you know, the advancement of precision medicine, which I think, you know, big pharma and just, you know, regardless of like the size, being in biotech, that's really huge right now. And combining that with artificial intelligence, like, you know, there's this saying now going around that medical practitioners won't get, you know, won't be like substituted by AI, but those that don't use AI will be replaced. And what I mean to say with that is, like, you know, from the perspective of a computer scientist, I wonder where you see a career path as a machine learning engineer in big pharma or like within the precision medicine space, because I think a lot of times, it is really, really interdisciplinary, and you want to make sure that you can come in and, you know, contribute as much as you can. I'm kind of wondering, I guess, yeah, how do you imagine like career paths and like breaking into biotech as a data scientist and machine learning engineer? Yeah, that's my question to everyone.
Okay.
Please. Sure, I'm happy to take it. So my research is, I'm a clinical informaticist. So I spend all my day doing health information systems interoperability, large data set science, and working with a lot of machine learning people. That machine learning in healthcare in general, whether it's clinical, biotech, pharma devices, is the new technology to an old problem. And so there's lots of opportunities to make pretty much everything we do better, because we do it kind of terribly. I think the barriers that you'll run into is, or that I find people who come from a purely computer science or data science background, is clinical data is interesting. It has its nuances and its particularities. I think there's also barriers to access from a privacy and security control, and so you never have as large a data set or as complete a data set as you wish you had. But to the extent that you are comfortable working with those, within those bounds, or are super groundbreaking and find a way to take those down, you can't go wrong. I mean, I think your point was well taken, that AI will be I like to think of it as AI is a cognitive prosthetic, right? It's a way to make us better at what we do. And so whether that's being used for clinical decision support, or whether it's being used to identify new molecular targets, or whether it's being done to improve the way we collect real-world data, right? The FDA has this whole new initiative for both devices and drugs about doing post-market surveillance and understanding drugs and devices in real time, and then using that real-time data to then make new regulatory decisions and expanding indications for drugs and devices. So I think it's a space ripe for that type of talent and that type of instinct. I think it's really big. And so the question is, where do you see yourself having a passion for making an impact? And, you know, if you're going to hit your head against the wall for a few years, which wall do you like?
Right. I think it's such a hot skill to have right now. I cannot speak about what's going on in Amgen for you know, the obvious reasons, but you can just look at the Google case, right, and Calico. And so, you know, the scientists, we are very good in generating data, but we are not the best people, perhaps, to go through the data. And when that pile of the data just gets very, very big, most of us, we don't really know how to write algorithms to screen for all those markers we're looking for, right? So artificial intelligence and data science is coming to play really big time, and I would say that if I could go back to school, I would take one of those skills.
Yeah, and I would say in consulting, this is a huge hot topic. You know, everybody's always looking for those people, you know, and in pharma and everything, there's a ton of opportunities that we're seeing, I guess, both helping the commercial teams or helping the R&D teams. You know, it really does span across the pharma industry of problems that people are trying to solve. And there's a ton of data out there for you to play with. Some of it's better, some of it's worse. So, you know, we always hear that from our data scientists on our teams, but the types of problems they're solving are the same problems that we've been solving with traditional methods. So, you know, what physicians are treating with what medication, and should they be treating with that, or is there a better opportunity somewhere for them to be treating with a different medication, or how do we influence those decisions? When is the point that somebody could come in and come talk to Dr. Bob and say, hey, this is what's gonna get you to change, and this is gonna be better for your patients because of this reason, or this is the outcomes, or how do we diagnose patients better? How do we make sure that they're actually even being recognized as a patient? How do we get them there? How do we even get them on therapy? So there's a ton of questions that we help with across both R&D. And I guess if we're on R&D, we also look at clinical trial design. How can we get that better? How do we find those patients? You're in a rare disease area, where are they? It's a tough job, and so these are just some of the tools that we're starting to create. And I would say the other piece I've seen is data science starts becoming very interdisciplinary. So you're working with a lot of other existing teams, so you get a lot of exposure across. You're never in a silo by yourself, because you're actually helping answer a question for someone else.
Yeah, I would encourage you to, as Juan alluded, follow your passion and figure out where you think the technology can provide the most value. You mentioned precision medicine. So, you know, when you scratch beneath the surface, there's always like real problems. And so which are the problems to solve that really, that are really kind of at the, if you can figure that out, kind of where's the key problem to solve to release the most value, and then identify the players in that space, either big or little companies. Yeah. Then you'll be involved in something important that you believe in, and that'll help you get jobs and be successful both.
Yeah, I mean, I can say for our Caltech startups, we obviously have a lot of deep tech there, and so we see machine learning popping up in startups in computational chemistry, in being able to do single cell seq and immune cells, and generating immune cell profiles, and generation of dispersed oncology biopsies for better determination of response. We see it for image analysis, whether it's immunohistochemistry, gene expression, where you're overlaying 50 genes from mass spec imaging, or from other spatial genomics approaches. And then, you know, all the way to what do you do with all of these data to organize it in a way so that you have neural network computing, so that you can go faster, you can solve problems better, and there are problems that maybe you couldn't even approach a few years ago, and you don't know exactly what you want to do with it yet, but you're going to find that right, you know, problem that's really the big one. So there is a tremendous diversity. It happens in small companies, and the second that it seems feasible, workable, then it goes to a big company. So it really is, I agree, just you pick, you know, start to talk to a lot of different people, find out what really gets you excited about the first job, and grab it and go from there. It won't be the last job that you have. So go with your passion, and it won't steer you wrong.
Yeah, Helen, that's a really nice point. I think no one should be afraid of the, no job is forever, right? Like, take one, it doesn't work out, there'll be another job. Like, it's fine. You should, if you're passionate about it, if it moves you, if it seems like a good idea, worst case scenario, in 6 months you run out of money and then you apply for another job. And then at your job interview, you talk about how much you learned
exactly
by going through the startup and failing. You know, you're failing up now.
Yeah. Yep. So the lady was right behind you. Sorry, she beat you by like 2 seconds. You were next.
Along the lines of failure or like companies running out of money, I'm curious about, are there like certain telltale signs or like symptoms, like if a company is starting to run out of money, so like you can have some extra time to find another job if you kind of know that the company are likely to be run out of money to do the research. So are there kind of things that you should look out for? And someone mentioned that you can go to Crunchbase to look for funding for startups and things like that. But in terms of that money, like money can run out really fast. So how do you know that that company actually has some, like a pretty long time in terms of use up that money, or maybe that money is only there really for the next 6 months and you really shouldn't really apply for a job there? So can any of the panelists address this?
Well, Sam, you're up.
Yeah, I think you want to look at how much money they have raised, how much money they have, how much money they're spending, and then you can get a pretty quick estimate. I mean, most companies like myself, Curistem and that Juan are working with are pretty new, so you're never going to have a very long runway. So to the point of you want to look at it as an opportunity to build your career and recognize it might not last long, and think about what you'll be doing there and who you'll be working with and what you'll learn. And if you want job stability, don't work at a startup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
But that's really a tricky question. Even in a large company, the whole department can close down like overnight. So, we also run out of money.
Yeah. Yeah, I was 13 years at Amgen, 6 rounds of layoffs. The biggest sign, everybody else knows but you. So to your point, you won't know because everybody else knows that it's your group next because they know it's not them. So I like this idea of, we all, we have mortgages too, right? It gets scary after a while. I got a kid in school. I got bills to pay. But you go with where you're going to do good work, I think. Build that reputation. Have something where you can say, I did this, I did that, I'm proud of it. And good people find positions because although there are a lot of PhDs out there, hiring is really important. It doesn't matter what size your company is, and you don't want to get it wrong. And if someone can be articulate and communicate well that, what they've done, what they want to do, what they want to learn there, they're going to be successful. It may take a little bit of time, but they're going to be successful.
And I would say the hardest part is getting the first job.
Yes, exactly.
After that, honestly, your relationships and your network is so much bigger, and the industry isn't as big as what you would think.
Yeah.
I think every person I've ever known that was laid off probably had a job within like 2 months.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of opportunity out there right now still.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, Pam, I think you're absolutely right. I think especially if you join a startup, half of your working hours are probably spent at pitch nights, networking events, WeWork happy hours, panels like this one. So that, like 6 months into that job, you probably already have like 3 offers that you could jump to if you needed to or if you wanted to. Because you just meet people really, really quickly. Some things, if you're thinking about how do you evaluate a startup and should you take them seriously, should you take their job offer seriously? So you're in academia now, so you know how fast your projects and your experiments move here. So a startup should be moving at least as fast as that, and probably faster. And if it's going any slower, then that's a bad sign. Right, there's a lot of, we jokingly refer to them as like zombie companies out there who are sort of like, they're not dead, they're just sort of ambling along. They're like, oh, we recruited another patient. We did another friend and family round of 10,000. We made an update to our website. But like, they haven't actually achieved any of their milestones. So I think having a, so I'll speak to the field that I know. So medical devices, like if you're going to take a job at a medical device company, they should already know, okay, well, this is our product code and this is our regulatory pathway and this is how we're going to get there and this is where the funding is coming to do that. We've already had our FDA pre-sub meeting and we are, we already have a plan to collect the data that we need for the classification, and then this is how we're going to go to our A round, and this is the strategy. If there's no strategy when you're joining, if the strategy was to hire you because you're going to fix the problems, you could very well be very talented and smart, but that's probably like a bad strategy for a company.
Yeah, I think Juan makes a great point. The problem with startups isn't the job stability; it's that there's a lot of bad startups, and so Amgen is going to have a certain standard. So you really want to diligence the startup in terms of who are the founders, what are they trying, what's the mission, what kind of traction are they making, how professional are they, what are they all about?
Yeah. Your turn.
Hi. So, first of all, I just have a comment about what Juan said about missing data, right? So there are, in fact, statistical methods for the imputation of missing data and working with missing data sets, which I think now they're starting to percolate into industry sort of more and more slowly. But my question was, my background is in pure mathematics. I have a doctorate in pure mathematics, and I'm trying to move into biotech. And I'm wondering, because there's a lot of, people out there, a lot of people who are, running startups who are looking for, analytic talent, right? Technically skilled people. So besides, the usual, like, going through like Crunchbase or AngelList or whatever, I'm just wondering if there's some kind of like thing, like a kind of like a speed dating for like where you kind of match like, people who are running startups with people who have like technical ability, right? I mean, is there anything like this, or is there anything?
Come to any of our events.
Okay.
I mean, that's the quick facetious answer. I would say if you don't know, if you have an idea of what sector you want to be in, there is almost certainly a meetup group, an incubator, an accelerator that is in town. Certainly in LA, there's plenty of them. So I would just start going to their events, checking out their website, reaching out. Like one of the things that we struggle with is we have people who have a good technology and don't have a good team around it. And team trumps technology almost every time. And so one of the things that we struggle with is then, okay, great. How do we find you that good team member? Who's going to bring that analytic skill set that's going to really help you go to the next level? Or who's going to bring that business acumen? So I think every incubator, accelerator program in this town and in every town is always looking for those people. So if you don't know the specific company, reach out to where the companies go to. But yeah.
I think that's a great for us.
If you have a track record, the company can come and find you. Right?
That's true. Sometimes it's harder. I agree. Most of what we tell our companies that spin out of Caltech in the life science space is to actually put themselves out and start going to some of those events to meet people. We do directed matchmaking. If we do all leverage our networks as well. So somebody may reach out to you, as Fernando said, say, hey, you come highly recommended. Would you consider meeting this founder to talk about a place, at their startup? So sometimes you do get the directed matching, but the most productive ones are usually the organic ones, because at least it shows that both of you are willing to show up and put yourselves out there to try to find. You show that you understand how important your team is, and you're willing to put yourself out there to build it.
I would just add to that, one of the algorithmists or data scientists that we worked with, he started his own little consulting company and was doing work for labs, and that's how he got on our radar.
Yeah, if you come from a background that doesn't that to other startups or to other companies might not be immediately obvious what the benefit is. So you said, so you have a PhD in pure mathematics. So somebody who has a medical device company, they're like, I don't know what I'm going to do with it.
Yeah.
Right? What you might try to do, and this is almost a page borrowed from sort of the various like creative entertainment industries, is build yourself an online portfolio where whether it's articles or blogs or like thought processes are actually applications of your skill set to solve business problems or solve technical problems. And that's something that you can share with people. And plus, it'll give you the opportunity to say, like, is this actually what I want to do?
Yeah.
And there's different ways of doing that. There are free, the CDC has lots of free data sets. MD Anderson, their cancer program, releases all of their de-identified cancer genomics data is just freely available online. So for those of you who are data people or analytics, just download it, see what cool things you can do with it, build yourself a web portfolio and put it out there to show people how you can apply your skill set to solve problems for them.
What is on that?
MD Anderson in Texas, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we see one over here.
Hi, quick question for Fernando. Could you demystify for me a little bit about the industry postdoc? I get a lot of emails from Amgen to apply for.
Yeah, so much interest.
And is it similar to an academic postdoc? I'm assuming it is. And is it a good way to find your way into the company at a later time?
So, in a way, the pharma companies like Amgen and others have this bad rep as a place where science is not conducted, right? So, if you're gonna do good science, don't go to a company, right? You don't have freedom to operate. If it doesn't work immediately, it's going to be terminated, and it's not quite, what's happening inside. So Amgen, very much like Genentech, they are trying to change that view that academia have towards these private companies, myself included, a few years ago. And so the postdoc program is one very good way to really bridge with academia, where you bring like people to execute good science, and then can either stay in the company, they can move to another company, or they can actually go back to academia and set up their own labs. Jim Wells from Genentech is one of those famous cases. He came from UCSF to Genentech, did antibody engineering, and then he went back to UCSF. So it's a way just to bridge both worlds that are really important, right? Companies really, really rely on talent. So we need to bring the talent.
Anybody else?
Actually, I want to follow up on that question. So if someone, after graduating as a PhD, applying for like MG postdoc or scientist position, what's the difference?
Many of them.
Yeah, very good.
So as a postdoc, your line of research in the company has to be free to publish, right? And so with that, you already have some of the differences with the job description. If you enter on a scientific path, you can very well publish as well, but you are working in products that are part of the pipeline. So you may have to take, some time so that you have an IP in place, and you have to have the agreement from the legal team that you can then go ahead with the publication. But I would say between scientists and postdoc, that those ones are the two main differences.
The pay is very different.
That as well.
Yeah.
And to the extent that it helps with the question is, from the academia perspective, we've gotten a lot more used to the idea that there are postdocs there are people who train, who do their postdocs in industry and then come back to academia, and that's something that people are more and more comfortable with. In my role, interacting with usually the scientific teams at various companies, like they do great science, right? Yeah. To get to that $7 billion a year revenue drug, you have to spend a lot of money on research, and like they don't just burn it, like they pay scientists to do science. So I like having those partnerships because they have access to different resources than we do. They can work on different timelines than we do. And yeah, I think that we see really, really good science happening in industry, and we're always happy to have people who have that perspective come back to academia. Because if you've never left academia, you just assume that it takes this long to do things. And so having that different perspective is refreshing, not only for you as an individual, but just having somebody like that on your team who's like, oh yeah, no, we're going to get this done, and in 2 weeks I'll have the report, and then we'll move on, and then we'll do the next thing, and then we'll write the grant, and then we'll start. No,
right.
It's wonderful. I love those people on my team.
And for people coming back, I mean, we have several faculty at Caltech who did that, and with the big focus on translatability, so that folks want translation of basic science into benefit to humanity, right? That's what we all put in the NIH grants, right? So with that big focus, I mean, there's definitely an attraction to having somebody who's actually participated in translation of basic science and coming back into an institution, bringing that with them. So doing industry postdoc can be amazingly advantageous regardless of what path you decide to take. The one thing you want to be aware of is, just like you go for any postdoc, is what is the strategy, what is the plan for me to have a significant publication record that would warrant me to, be competitive in the job market later on. And if they can articulate that and say, I've got this project lined up and that project, and we know we're going to get papers out of this, and you're going to be out of here in 3 years, you're going to have 4 papers, you're like, sign me up. If they don't have a good plan, then help them figure out the plan, or maybe move on to the next opportunity. No, you already asked a question, only one. You can ask us afterwards. How's that? Okay, you have a question?
Question here?
We have a question right over here in the.
Oh. There's a guy right there with a microphone already.
Oh.
Speaking again for Amgen, no, I think there's some guidelines in place. I think you need to be no longer than 3 years past your graduation, I would imagine.
Yeah. I mean, the standard for we had a phone call previous to the panel, and Fernando's experience more recently than when I came into discovery research at Amgen, this is true across the board at most institutions, big companies, it's the same people. So if you're going out and interviewing for academic positions and you have that kind of job talk and that publication record, you're likely to be successful in industry. If you don't, you're not. So it's pretty much the same pool of people, right? Especially in the life sciences. It's a little bit different if you're an organic chemist, okay? But if you are in the biology part, or you're in, say, protein engineering, something that's much more, straight biology, life science, it's the same people. So if you're going for those level of positions, that's that. You can go for a lower level position, but people generally can be frustrated with that. So just explore your options and really understand their day-to-day. Are they going to be a team lead? What is the nature of that position? And would you be happy continuing to be hands in the lab and not being the lead on a project? Okay, you got a couple? Yeah.
For us graduate students, I see more and more job postings for scientist positions that are 0 to 2 years post PhD experience. I guess, how essential do you think a postdoc is for landing a scientist position? I know some people say it's always better. I think there's a lot of mixed views on that right now.
Is that for me as well?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're hiring people.
I know. It really depends, right? I can give you cases of people like
for someone maybe doing a PhD in their field that they want to move into the same field.
If your skill is most wanted, we're going to bypass your postdoc, and we're going to get you.
Yeah, we have someone in a viral lab, for example. She works in AAV and gene therapy area, and with a very hot faculty advisor. And she hasn't defended yet, and there are 3 companies actively in the Boston area trying to get her to leave before she defends her dissertation and take a job with them, which we're just like, please don't be crazy. You have like 4 more months. Just get your PhD. But if you are in a hot area, it can be that bad. with the competition, just people throwing money saying, come here, come here, come here.
But,
But usually not.
coming from a place like myself, I've done 2 postdocs because I really want to broaden my skill set. So I think the postdoc one, I could be biased. It's very useful. But again, done on the right place.
Is Amgen hiring PhDs?
Amgen is hiring plenty of PhDs, yes.
Yep, so in the front.
Hi, so I'm interested in the promotion opportunity both in startup and big firm, because in my impression, in the startup, you can have opportunity to talk your idea to CEO or CFO almost all the time, but in the big firm, I'm wondering how can you get attention, how do you get promotion, and what's the space for the promotion? Because I know it's for the big firm is well established already. Yeah, so that's my question.
I'll just quickly address the startup. At least at Acurestem, that's very much the case, and we're executing so quickly that you can't afford to really have unhappy employees. And one of the biggest motivators is involvement in the science. And so we have a very flat organization, and we're a small team, keep in mind, less than 10 people. And so everybody's very much involved in the science. And it's my job to keep the mission clear. So talk about translation. We want to get into the clinic, immediately, as fast as possible. So it's pretty fun in that regard.
I think from the startup side, sort of maybe a counterpoint to what Sam was saying is that, yes, there's a lot more face time with your leadership because your leadership is like the other dude in the room. But what can be a reality of that is that if your ideas don't align with the very specific needs of the current project that you have to take to market to make your investors happy, they're also not going to get done. Right? Yeah, that's great. Maybe that'll be product 2. Because we have to deliver on what our investors have given us so far, and we have a very specific plan to get there. And unless your ideas are how do we make the current product better, you're like, oh, what about this other thing that's slightly related? They're like, yeah, that's nice. Let's talk about it in 3 quarters.
Yeah, that's he's absolutely right. That's really the pain of a startup is not so much failure, which is expected, although I hate to fail, but it's focus. Focus is so painful because it's brutally important that you focus, and it's so painful to focus because you want to do everything. You want to do so much. You have so many, Acurestem has many great opportunities and collaborators, and we're just always saying no to wonderful people, brilliant people. And so it potentially that could be a problem as an employee, but the flip side is that we really need you to take ownership of the project and move it forward and work with the co-founders and everybody to make it happen.
So Fernando, you want to comment on a bigger
promotion
company? Yeah, and on what do people do if they're a scientific track to be worthy of promotion?
Well, you need to go beyond expectations, right? You have to add value in a way that has to be novel, or you have to go above and beyond. I think that's the expression, right? But how do you do it in a large company? Because in a small company, everyone, and everyone matters. In a large company, it's very easy to become just a number, right? So you need to be very aware of that from the get-go and really take on any opportunity to make an impression so that then, you have also mentorship, you have also sponsorship because you need people that believe you to actually allow you to fulfill your potential in a large company. But if you can do that, you are on a good track.
I've got probably a good story of people on probably in the larger companies, like Fernando was talking about, of people that I know who are really, really good at this, and then people that are maybe not quite as good. So I'd say somebody could be really good at their job, and you're in a large company and you come in every day and you do exactly what the job entails, which was written on the piece of paper. And you come in, you go home, you do what's asked of you. That person might be amazing. There is a really good chance that person is not getting promoted beyond mid-level. If you want to move up to really the top levels in these types of companies, the people that I see do it are the ones that are there saying like, hey, look what I did. Or, hey, this process is broken. Or these are the things that I can do better. This is my vision. And you communicating that goes a long way. So I have somebody, one of our clients that we've worked with, she started out, and she's not science background, but she started out as an administrative assistant at the company. She leveraged that, got into finance, and said, well, I'm doing all these things for you. Here's the job description. I'm actually doing that already. The next job, she's saying, well, I'm doing all these other things. Couldn't this be a position? So she actually went ahead and said to her supervisors, hey, this should be a new job. Or I'm out there reading that there's other companies doing this type of thing. This is a job somewhere else. I want that here at the company. Now, she's exceptionally bold. Most people are not that bold, but that's the type of attitude and things where I see people being more successful, because it can be really easy to get lost in a large company and just do a lot of lateral movements, hoping it's going to get you ahead. Somebody telling you, oh, well, if you do a rotation over here and a rotation over here and a rotation over here, that means you'll have the experience. That's not necessarily true. It's really positioning yourself in the correct way. And I would say most people don't fault you for being bold. Right. They're looking for, especially when you want to move up into the leadership positions eventually, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for people that are bold and willing to take risks.
And it's very true. If you're in a large organization, it's the people who have that boldness to them, who do speak up, they're more likely to get sponsors. As Fernando says, very, very important. It shows that you're not afraid to put yourself out there, and you raised your hand. I mean, we would go through talent review, and you put everybody in a 9 box. So based on how good they are today, their technical or expertise, and then their potential. And the people who end up with the high potential part of the box are the bold ones. And the people who are really solid and good and quiet and do their job, they end up right in the left side, where it's like they're really technically good and they're going to be in that job till they die. And we love it. Because why? Because they do the job well. So what incentive does anybody have to change that? It's called owning your own career. So whatever branding people want to do, they have a different way they describe it at Merck. It's the same thing. It's if you have that in you where you're like, I'm going to raise my hand and I'm willing to go above and beyond. As Fernando said, you have to exceed expectations, far exceed expectations.
You still
Find
remember.
those projects.
You still remember that.
I still remember it. It's ingrained in my brain as a manager for many years. So you really want to find out what are the opportunities that I can show and demonstrate that I can do that, add value, get that sponsor, and pull me up. Maybe I change positions in the company, as Pamela said. I try new things. I move around a little bit. That's what I did at Amgen. And build your career. But you will be owning it. And if you are quiet, it's highly unlikely somebody's going to stop by one day and say, you know what, I just love what you do and I want to help you. That just really doesn't happen.
I just had a question. So, as someone who's like kind of just now starting their career, do you have any advice? General question. Do you have any advice about like which one has a better environment to kind of start a career in, like in startups or like big pharma? Like which one's kind of better, I guess, learning environment, or like which one's better to jumpstart a career path?
Yeah, as I alluded to in my intro, I have a pretty unorthodox background. I think like if you're smart about it, you'll go to McKinsey, get like a PhD, go to McKinsey or something. you know, for me personally, I followed my passion, but I always worked for small companies, and that can put you at some risk, you know. So it can be good to have a big name on your resume as a kind of job security. I don't know, I'd be curious what you guys think. But for me personally, I just always was a technologist, and I went from informatics into biology. And we're doing cellular reprogramming at AcuraStem, and I think that's one of the most interesting technologies around.
Yeah, I would say consulting's different. So I think that's kind of one of those things that gives you a great boost, especially if you're going on the business side. There are different consulting companies that, you know, don't focus on the business, but if you're really in that space, consulting does a great job of giving you a boost. I think it's intense. Different consulting companies are different, and some are less intense than others. But I see those people progressing a lot faster and than other people that didn't do it. So just kind of the people that I know across the board, people who've done consulting kind of move a little bit faster up the ranks. And then I would say between large and small, I haven't really seen too much of a difference. I would say, you know, there's potential when you start in a larger company. Your role, your level might be lower when you start out. If you transferred over to a startup, your level might be higher. You're doing different things. It's just what's available at the company. But then if you were to go jump back over to the large company again, you probably wouldn't have that elevated role again. So you would probably go back kind of at the same type of level. So they're really looking at your skills and looking based on your resume, what you've done, what you've been able to lead, what you've been able to demonstrate. So I would say, I don't know, my personal opinion, you could start either way and jump back and forth as you need to throughout your career, and I've seen people do that.
I think it's also important to break down the large company because each department can be different as well, right? And I've seen that in Amgen, and I'm sure that Helen can agree with me on that. But I would say that the large company, which is my experience, you may have already like a well-designed path for you to go. So it's like going to school, right? If you excel, they will put you forward to more training. And because they will say, well, you are a rising star, or, you know. And so I think in a way, I don't know how formally they do that, but the more time I spend at Amgen as a leader now, the more I realize that we do mark people and we track them. And we make sure that these people will succeed.
Yeah, there's succession planning. So, yeah, you end up in the right box, and there's a whole set of tools that are to make sure that you realize your potential. So there's a lot of opportunity there. But I like the idea of going back and forth, because that might be the best of both worlds.
Yeah, and I think what you're hearing from all of us is that there isn't one that's better than the other. It's all about what is the right fit for you, right? What is the environment that you are going to thrive in? How much structure do you want? How much risk are you willing to take? How willing are you to take on different responsibilities? And, you know, those are some of the criteria, of course, you know, and like financial security and how much money do you need to live in whatever city you're in and all these other things. But like, you have to, a friend of mine who's a systems engineer, who's the most methodical person I know, he literally before he takes any job, he makes himself sliders, and he's like, all right, I'm going to optimize my decision for these 2 sliders, which is where do I want to live and how much time do I get to spend with my family, which means that the other 3 sliders, you know, the money, the job, the description, whatever, are flexible. And at different points in his life, he's optimized for different sliders, right? Like, it's like, oh, I need to make sure that I'm making enough money because I have to pay off grad school, I have to pay this, I have to do this, whatever. So, you know, think of what is your rubric, what are your sliders, what do you want to optimize for, and then that'll give you a sense of what's the right next step for you. In general, I mean, outside of academia, I tell people, like, you don't have to plan your life for any more than about 5 years. Yeah. Because beyond that, like, you don't know. Crazy things happen.
That's the point.
In academia, you know, if you actually want to be an academic and you're like, all right, how am I going to get promoted to associate professor? Like, that's a 7-year journey, like, at a minimum. So in academia, you do have to plan that way. But if you're not in academia, like, no, you don't need more than a 5-year plan. And 5-year plans, as the Soviet taught us, are not necessarily that good either.
Thank you
so much.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
There's
one more question over there.
Yeah. think that's the last one. Then we have to go out and have our little networking time.
Yeah, this question is for Pamela in consulting.
Okay.
So, from my understanding, consulting isn't necessarily something that you stay in your entire life. And there's like, maybe you can. This is my understanding.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, like, even if I like consulting as an option, what kind of career opportunities follow that? And I'm just like wondering if that's something I would something that I might be interested after that too, because I have to consider both of those. Although it's considering more than a 5-year plan, but.
Yeah. So consulting, I would say, honestly, there are career consultants that do it forever. And I'm slowly falling into that track with not realizing a plan of doing it. I think I went into consulting thinking, hey, I might do this for 1 or 2 years. At minimum, I've got a lot of great job experience. People really appreciate the consultings when they move over to the different roles. We've seen, I've seen consultants kind of in almost every role you could imagine coming out of this. I've seen, people with PhDs go back to science. Mm-hmm. I've seen people go into BD. I've seen people go into basically data analytics at the company. They could go back to like global health economics and outcomes research. There's just anywhere you would go, you can go back. Nobody's going to be like, oh, you did consulting, so now all you can do is this. I would say people also switch across consulting firms to find the one that's the right fit. Certain consulting companies might not have as much of a sustainable lifestyle for you, and other ones will have more of a sustainable lifestyle. So for me personally, I would not be able to do the travel model where I get up on Sunday, I fly somewhere else in the country, and then I'm only back in my house every weekend. I very rarely travel. So it is sustainable, and I think the industry in consulting is slightly changing depending on which company you're looking at, because they're trying to make it more friendly for people with children or people that have other things going on in their lives, because they don't want to lose the talent. It is about the people in consulting, and that's really, what drives them to be successful. A consulting company is nothing without the people. So yeah, I would say you can look at it as an entire career, or you can look at it as a stepping stone, and it'll give you that ability to see that breadth of what's out there. You could work with the startups, you could work with the large companies, you could work in the different functions that you're interested in and figure out, where do I want to go? So you can use that as a stepping stone, and a ton of people do that. A ton of people use it to see, do I want to get an MBA? Do I want to go back for more schooling? It can be a stopover, or it can be a career.
Yeah, I mean, as a consumer of consulting services, I think of consultants largely as sort of two pools. You either have subject matter experts, and that's why you need them, or you have process experts, and that's why you need them, right? Like, and in a lot of ways, the process expertise is the most valuable piece, right? There, you hire BCG, and you don't hire BCG because they have someone there that's smarter than you. They have someone there who has a method that, regardless of whatever problem you put in the input box, an output will come out that is better. And that's a skill set that you can apply to literally any job, to any problem, to any industry. So that being a methodologist is a really valuable thing that comes out of consulting. And there are lots of firms who have basically built-in exit ramps into their structure, right? They're like, oh yeah, every 2 years it's up or out, right? Like you either get promoted or you leave. Lots of the big ones do that, like Ernst & Young and Deloitte and BCG, like all these companies that have some structure for that. So yeah, you can use it as a stopover to basically learn how to be more effective. But no, I think in general it's useful, because internally it's always the question of, well, do we hire somebody or do we bring somebody else? And when you're making the decision of, all right, well, hiring is going to take 3 months, and then onboarding is going to be 6 months, and it's going to take us 9 months to get them up to productivity. to only then start reaping the benefits. They're like, like 3 months, here you go. Like, let's just figure this out. So I think there's a value there for consulting that is advantageous, and for people who are trained to deliver that value, that's a very useful skill set everywhere in biotech.
Yeah. And as Juan said, there's off-ramps. So I have many friends who went into consulting because they weren't quite sure what they wanted to do, and they wanted to have, an exploration time. So after 3-4 years, they decided to take one of the off-ramps and go work for a client. But by that time, they'd worked for clients large, small, medium size.
Yeah.
They knew their personalities. They knew their culture.
Yeah.
They knew which ones fit them and which ones didn't, and what departments, different
Exactly.
they liked and didn't like. And they picked based on that. So it can be a nice way, if you think about it, to do good work, build your expertise set, bring value, and at the same time, shop yourself around where you're like, what do I want to do next? Because it's just the next thing. And then there'll be the next thing after that.
Yeah, and there's a potential you're either working on projects that you're kind of more based out of your office, or there's potential that you're staffed on something where you're actually just playing a staff aug role. Like, we only need somebody for 6 months. Okay, consulting company, bring somebody in. You actually get to experience that. And I've had those opportunities, which then solidified me more as like, oh, actually, I thought I might have liked that, but I don't.
Exactly.
And I want to stay in my little consulting bubble right now, and
exactly.
that's where I'm happy because it gives me the variety that I'm looking for.
Some of the happiest people at Amgen were the consultants that were on site, because they were like, I don't care about your politics. I don't care about your structure. I'm here to do my job, and I go home. And they're just like, and my career development is back with my company. So they really have a nice balance and a healthy attitude. Yeah.
We have time for one last question.
Oh, nice. Cool.
So a lot of people told me if you want a biotech job, you got to go San Francisco and Kendall Square. Because you have the opportunity to jump from companies to companies and go up. So what do you think, what attracts you here, stay in LA, and what's the uniqueness of LA that distinguishes us from the other two places?
Wow. Should I take that one?
You go for it, yeah.
Because actually there was a very, very personal decision I had to make in my life. So as I said, I went to San Francisco with Amgen. I will never have accepted an offer from Amgen in Thousand Oaks. Never. So I came down from San Francisco to Thousand Oaks because of my mentor and because I was going to be promoted to a team leader if I were to do that, right? But I was always concerned about, how successful I was going to be, how happy I was going to be, because in my specific case, if I were not going to succeed, I'd probably have to pack again and go back to the area, right? So I was like, here we go again. And so, but then, the more time I spend actually in Thousand Oaks and Westlake Village, the more actually you realize there's a lot of VC money right now, and there's a lot of startups. And I thought, I don't think you need to pack again and go to the area or to Boston. I think, you can successfully change from one job to another one and keep your zip code.
Yeah. Sam, you want to comment as a CEO recruiting?
Yeah, well, we would love you all to stay here in LA. I think that if you're able to travel, you can always consider jobs from all over. But if you love LA, then you have to figure out a way to make a career here. As we look to recruit senior people from Boston, it's not as hard as you'd think. A lot of people want to come to Southern California.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people who, they went to Boston and they've done the thing and they've hopped companies. And one of the comments that they have with San Francisco and Boston is that it can be exhausting when your average time in role is less than 4 years. In Boston, it's 3. San Francisco, it's right around 4. You just got into a role, and we talked with some folks who were thinking about their first role. I mean, think about it. You just got in a role, and it took you all this time to get it. And this day 2 in your role, you have to start thinking about the next one. because there's always this pressure of, oh my gosh, and now I gotta move. That's how I grow. That's how I learn. I'm not gonna move up in my company. I'm just gonna keep hopping and moving around. And it can be quite exhausting for people, particularly people who their personality type is they value relationships. By the time you really get close to people and you build those relationships and that trust, it's time to move on. So LA has a lot to offer in that you can grow often with the same people. You see the same faces pop up. A lot of our Caltech startups, for particular, will see the same names pop up over and over again. They like working together, and so when they exit one, they'll pick up together and go work together again on another one. And you can build a really great career in life, and not have to change your zip code, which is pretty nice, and not feel that pressure maybe that you to grow you have to company hop.
And your cost of living is way better.
Way better.
Yeah, but not as cheap as I thought it was going to be.
Sure.
Yeah.
But still cheaper than both Boston and San Francisco.
Definitely.
And the reality is, so the LA area produces more science and engineering PhDs than any other city in the United States.
Yep.
And the demand for those has been rising steadily. The county has a brand new biotech initiative that they've invested a couple $2 billion into for a new biotech park. The city has new initiatives all around creating new financial incentives and structures to bring biotech companies either to stay in LA or to come to LA. So I think it is a growing ecosystem. There are lots and lots of companies that are looking to recruit and hire talent here in LA, or LA Metro. Yeah. So there are lots and lots of opportunities here. I don't think you have to go to San Francisco and live in a whole 60 miles from the actual city because that's the only thing you can afford. Where you can just have like a nice life in LA.
Yeah, we don't have snow.
Okay, such an amazing panel. Let's thank our panelists. We kindly ask our panelists to sit in our first row because we're going to have our closing remark.
All right. What a great event today. We had an amazing turnout. We had an amazing turnout of attendees, great panel discussions, a keynote, breakout sessions, and from our team members and from all of the attendees today, all I've heard was very positive things. We ask everyone to please fill out the feedback forms, which are at the registration desk, and they're also in the booklets, because those feedback forms, they really help us when we show the need for the events like this one, when we're trying to get more sponsorship and sponsors for this kind of summits. We would like to thank all of the sponsors and exhibitors of today, Thermo Fisher, who did an amazing job with the K-12 program, and it's the second year that they support us with this effort. Magnify and CNSI, they have been our core sponsors for many years, and we thank them for the space and the venue where we can host this event. CTSI has been very instrumental to having this event together. This is the fourth time that we received the Catalyst Award to have this event together, and the event would not have happened without them. And of course, all of our exhibitors today, BioLabs at the Lundquist Institute, IndieBio, KGI, and Mars Bio. Also, we had the advertisement in the online promotion from Hatch. So today's event was really representative of our mission and what we're trying to achieve. But we host many different events throughout the year. We have a lot of networking mixers. We have workshops on career development, panel discussions, the Biotech Summit like today, fireside chats. Also, there are frequent lunch seminars. There is a career conference coming up very soon. And also workshops, recruiting info sessions, etc. If you're interested in collaborating on one of the events, please let us know. Please let one of the team members know. If you are in academia and you just like the event, please come to other events. We have many of them throughout the year. So this is the list of all events starting from last year, September. As you can see, there are many of them. For some of them, you do need to travel, but even though you have to spend a little bit of time on traveling, going back is usually much easier. And the crowd that you meet there is very different. So if we were to host our mixers always near UCLA, we would always get the same crowd and the same people. By rotating locations around Los Angeles, we get exposure to other professionals, to other companies, and to other universities as well. So I think it is an effort to drive, but it does pay off in the end. We would like to thank our core sponsors, CNSI at UCLA and USC at the Bridge Institute at USC. They have been instrumental for many years to support us. And without them, I don't think we would be here together with such an amazing event. We would also like to thank Keck School of Medicine Postdoctoral Council. They have been our core sponsor at benefactor level for a year now. I was going to advertise the next event that we have, but it is mostly sold out. Let me check. Industry is sold out. There are 6 tickets for students and postdocs still available. RSVP now. And there are more tickets for students and postdocs if you are traveling from USC or Caltech on a bus. We have special buses provided from the 3 main campuses. UCLA is already full. But this event will be our first event that we host at Amgen, and it will be moderated by our past president, Carolina Amador, who was here earlier in the crowd today, if you possibly interacted with her earlier. By having more of the presence at Amgen, we hope to build a relationship with them more and more throughout the years. And even today, we had many people from Amgen attend the event. As always happens, as it is now a tradition, at Biotech Summit, there's usually a change in leadership. So our president position is a rotating position. And I started this position exactly 1 year ago after the previous Biotech Summit. And now it's time for the new president to take on the lead and the new vice president to take on the lead. Unfortunately, the upcoming president couldn't be here today because of family issues, but our vice president is here and he moderated the previous session. Thank you. Also, previous BCLA members, Arcela Osorio and Valentina Sanchez, they have joined our advisory board and they will continue serving BCLA in those roles. I would like to congratulate them because we're trying to engage more industry and trying to build more relationships with the industry. And I think it will be great to have them on board helping us guide the way. Also, to all of the local UCLA or USC postdocs and grad students, I would like to advertise that we are constantly changing. So our members, our team members, constantly change. And as I told you before, the president position is a rotating position, and now it will be a new president. So our team is always changing every few months, and because of that, we need new people to join the team all the time, and that's how we keep on growing, and we keep on existing for so many years now. This picture here was taken exactly 1 year ago on a Saturday after the previous Biotech Summit. And this is the team, excluding two of the members here were previous team members of BCLA, but 6 members of BCLA over the year have moved to industry or have job offers in industry. And that's almost a third of our team over 1 year. Because of that, we are constantly rotating, but also it's a great opportunity for all people here who are interested in parting ways with academia and going to industry. Spend a little bit of time every week, and it will bring a lot of great results. And it's also a great thing to put on the CV. We will be interviewing new team members in about a month's time. So if you're interested in applying, talk to one of our team members or send an email to team@bcla.org. And then in about 2 weeks, we will schedule interviews and we'll go from there. And now, I would like to invite everyone to a networking mixer, which will be right outside in the lobby and will be a little bit more than an hour long. Thank you.